Chapter 344. A black figure whizzed past in the murky sky, occasionally spitting scorching flames behind it as if it were spitting saliva. A cultivator chased after it relentlessly, slashing at the flames with his sword as he cursed incessantly. This black figure and cultivator were none other than the black dragon from the Dragon Tribe trial and Tang Shimin, who was trying to defeat it. This pursuit had already been going on for a long time. The black dragon was unable to defeat Tang Shimin in a head-on battle, but it was able to fly at an extremely fast speed, so it decided to engage in guerrilla warfare. As a result, Tang Shimin was forced into a passive position. Stupid C***nt lizard, stop if you have the guts. Let's fight fair and square. Tang Shimin cursed as he chased after it with all his might. The reply he received was still a cold sneer from the black dragon, as well as scorching flames from its mouth. Shameless, simply too shameless. Tang Shimin had never encountered such a shameless enemy. This black dragon was a disgrace to the proud and powerful dragon tribe. Stupid C***nt cultivator, catch me if you have the guts. If you catch me, I'll let you. The black dragon chuckled as it retorted without any sense of guilt. The veins on Tang Shimin's forehead bulged upon hearing this. This dragon was shameless enough to spit at him even as it was fleeing for its life. How could he tolerate this? This was simply intolerable. Vital lightning slash. He roared as he slashed out with his longsword, creating two white lightning sword projections that formed the shape of a cross. The sword projections whistled toward the black dragon with a ferocious aura as lightning crackled in their wake. Unexpectedly, the black dragon was already very familiar with Tang Shimin's sudden counterattack. He immediately reacted extremely quickly and moved diagonally downwards, dodging Tang Shimin's attack with ease and grace. Ha ha ha! You're still too young to be able to hit me. The black dragon watched as the cross-blade slash, carrying with it the sharp gleam of lightning, whizzed past its body and began to laugh loudly in satisfaction. Tang Shimin's expression darkened further and further. The black dragon's stamina hadn't been depleted even after chasing him for so long. This was evident from how it was able to dodge his sword strikes. If things continued like this, perhaps he would be the first one to fall. Just as he was hesitating, a loud poof suddenly erupted from not far away. The dark green gas was like a hurricane, catching him off guard and bringing with it an incomparably foul odor. Ha ha ha! You can only eat my fart if you follow behind me. How does it taste? Do you still want it? The black dragon's extremely savage laughter could be heard, and it even twisted its, but to demonstrate its power, Tang Shimin's body trembled with rage, and he almost threw up blood on the spot. This fart finally became the fuse that made him make up his mind. Damn it, so what if I collapse for 3 days? I'll fight you to the death. Tang Shimin suddenly slit his own wrist with his sword. His blood began to glow with a dazzling crimson light under the guidance of a certain spell technique, which then wound itself around the blade of his sword. The power in his body was quickly drawn out by his blood and gathered on the long sword. In an instant, the red light from the long sword soared into the sky, as if it wanted to tear apart the gloomy sky. The power it contained caused the wind and clouds to surge, and the space to tremble. The black dragon also sensed the terrifying power behind it. For the first time, it felt the threat of death. Without thinking, it sped up with all its might. Brother, put down your sword. Let's talk this out. The black dragon roared. Hee, you're finally begging for mercy? But it's too late. Tang Shimin chuckled coldly as he pointed 2 fingers at the black dragon. Go. The long sword, which was imbued with astonishing power, transformed into a crimson streak of light and pierced toward the black dragon at an extremely terrifying speed. The black dragon turned pale with fright, and it immediately changed its position in midair in an attempt to evade the flying sword's attack. However, not only was the flying sword extremely fast, but it was also extremely agile. When the black dragon changed its position, the flying sword also changed its position. The black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a streak of flames. However, the flying sword was imbued with unstoppable power, and it tore the massive streak of flames in half. "No!" the black dragon roared before feeling a chill run down its spine. Immediately afterward, its stomach, neck, and head. The crimson streak of light pierced through the black dragon's entire body at an extremely terrifying speed. Boom! The massive black dragon's body finally lost all signs of life, and it plummeted from the sky before crashing heavily onto the ground. Congratulations! You've passed the Dragon Tribe trial. Tears welled up in Tang Shimin's eyes as he looked at the light of inheritance descending from the sky. He had succeeded. He had finally succeeded. He was finally no longer the man who had nothing to gain. While his teammates were receiving divine weapons, divine flames, and immortal fruits, Tang Shimin was dealt a heavy blow. He was the most outstanding senior in the team, but he was the only one who had nothing to gain from this trial. However, he had finally received the inheritance this time. Even though he had paid a heavy price, at least he had succeeded. After receiving the inheritance from the Dragon Tribe, Tang Shimin's eyes lit up. This was the dragon flight technique. No wonder the black dragon was able to run away so quickly. He had most likely learned this technique as well. A spatial gate began to appear. Tang Shimin looked at the gate, and his legs suddenly gave out from under him, and he collapsed to the ground. The after effects of using the mystic technique had appeared, and he was completely drained of energy for 3 days, and Lin and the others waited in the stone chamber for a long time. But Tang Shimin still didn't appear. Time passed by slowly, and the more time passed by, the heavier everyone's hearts became. Senior student Tang wouldn't have encountered some kind of mishap, right? Hu Guan asked with an uneasy expression. If it really was a difficult mode trial, then he shouldn't have died. Xianyuan Cheng said with furrowed brows. Tang Shimin was the most outstanding cultivator among the fourth-year students. He was extremely powerful, and he most likely had many trump cards up his sleeves as well. There was no reason for him to die in a trial of this level. And Lin stared at the empty passageway in silence. He had said that he would meet Tang Shimin here, so he had to wait until Tang Shimin appeared. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally saw a figure slowly crawling toward him. That's right, that figure was in an extremely sorry state, and he was crawling over. Senior student Tang. And Lin yelled as tears welled up in his eyes. Just what kind of grueling battle had he been through? He was perfectly fine, but now both of his legs were crippled. All of the other team members also stared at the figure, crawling toward them with anguish on their faces. This spatial passageway was one way, so they could only look on as Tang Shimin crawled toward them in an extremely tragic manner. Tang Shimin raised his head to look at the group of people at the end of the passageway, who had tears in their eyes and expressions of sympathy on their faces, and he felt AF * King toothache. I'm paralyzed because of exhaustion. Do you guys have to be like this? Why are you guys acting as if I've already sacrificed myself? Are you guys looking down on us? Huh. Tang Shimin had finally obtained an inheritance, but it was as if he had suddenly become the most pitiful person in the entire team. He felt as if his pride had been insulted after crawling out of the spatial passageway. Tang Shimin was very gently carried onto the black brick by Lin. All of the team members offered words of consolation, not giving Tang Shimin any chance to explain himself. Listen to me, I couldn't catch up to the black dragon, so I had to use a mystic technique. That's enough. No need to explain, Senior Student Tang. Rest well and leave the rest to us, Senior Student Tang. Life is the most important thing. As long as you live, anything is possible. We won't look down on you just because you're a cripple. Tang Shimin. Within the darkness, the bald male finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was very thankful to Tang Shimin. Finally, a more pitiful person had appeared. This was more like a trial. Black Spirit Snake shot a cold glance at the bald male. The bald male's body trembled as a boundless chill swept over him, causing cold sweat to pour down his back and almost suffocate him. Only after a while did he feel the chill disappear. "What, you're a little happy that the trial was very successful?" Black Spirit Snake asked with a smile. The bald male felt as if he had just taken a stroll through the gates of hell. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. "Go. Change the next 3 nodes to hell difficulty. This team is too powerful. I'm sure Shouyang won't mind us doing this," Black Spirit Snake continued. "All right, Master Black, I'll do it right away." The bald male didn't dare to refuse Black Spirit Snake's request, and he immediately ran off to raise the level of the tomb to the highest possible level. According to the original settings, the last 3 nodes were at normal difficulty. Now, they skipped over the hard difficulty and changed to hell difficulty. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen, but since this was Black Spirit Snake's request, he could only comply. Chapter 345. In order to redeem his image, Tang Shimin took this opportunity to explain his experiences in the Dragon Tribe trial to everyone in an earnest manner. Hearing this, everyone nodded and listened attentively. However, for some reason, the sympathy in their eyes became even more pronounced. F***CK. Do they think I'm making this up? Tang Shimin lay on the black brick, and he couldn't help but grieve. "Senior Ziyang, I'll leave the task of protecting senior student Tang to you," and Lin instructed with a solemn expression. After becoming their guide, Battle God Ziyang had become Tang Shimin's babysitter. The pitiful battle god had no say in this and could only accept his fate obediently after resting for a while. Everyone decided to continue onward. After pushing open the heavy stone gate, they were greeted by a black passageway that gradually widened. The aura of danger and chaos could be sensed even from within the passageway, and Lin furrowed his brows. He felt like this aura was extremely familiar. After passing through the passageway, they appeared on a piece of decaying earth. That's right, this was a type of decay that was heading toward destruction. Not a single blade of grass grew. Rocks were decaying, structures were collapsing, and the air was oppressive. It was as if everything in front of them was about to collapse into nothingness. The 10 Realm Guardian tribes have arrived in this alternate dimension. Please exterminate all foreign tribes that have appeared. The sudden voice in the sky caused everyone to falter momentarily. It sounds like we're part of the 10 Realm Guardian tribes. Xian Yuanqing was a little surprised. It's probably because we accepted their inheritance, so they view us as part of them. And Lin was also a little speechless. So this is role-playing then? Interesting. Lu Qianhuan was excited. It was quite clear that they had become part of the 10 Realm Guardian tribes and were responsible for exterminating foreign tribes and protecting this world. Is that the point? Don't you guys have anything to say about the fact that the trial is at hell difficulty? Tian Lingling's face was a little pale. Oh, and Lin came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him and said, "Senior Ziyang, I'll leave Tian Lingling's safety to you as well." Battle God Ziyang. Tian Lingling. Boom! Right at this moment, the ground suddenly collapsed and split open, revealing a pitch-black hole. And Lin gripped his evil-slaying sword tightly as he stared at the black crater. Then, an extremely dangerous aura overflowed from the inside of the pit. Chaos, distortion, violence, fear. All sorts of negative mental energy spread in all directions, as if trying to pull everyone into an abyss. 3 figures leaped out of the pit. They were made of a sticky, pitch-black, twisted substance, but they were extremely solid. A pair of red eyeballs were trembling at a high frequency, giving off a feeling of madness. The moment Lin saw them, he knew what they were: demons. Not only was it a nefarious demon, but it was also a high-level nefarious demon. Just like the leader of the nefarious demons that they had met in the Abyss of Evil, It was incomparably solid and gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Everyone be careful. Don't be pierced by the black substance, or your mind will be severely damaged. And Lin reminded. He still remembered the time when he was stabbed by the nefarious demon and almost became a nefarious demon. Thankfully, Xiao Hong was there to heal him with her light. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to hold on. Just as they were speaking, the 3 nefarious demons transformed into black afterimages as they charged toward the team members. One of the nefarious demons charged directly toward Lin, and a peculiar smile could be seen on its pitch-black face. And Lin's expression remained unchanged as he slashed his evil-slaying sword toward the nefarious demon's face at lightning speed, leaving a crescent sword projection of 100 feet in length in its wake. The nefarious demon's body twisted uncannily, and it evaded the astonishing sword projection. At the same time, it extended its palm toward Lin. As its arm wriggled, the black substance suddenly elongated like a sharp sword being unsheathed, so fast that the air screeched. After all, Lin had battled a nefarious demon once before, so he was already prepared and immediately raised his sword to defend himself. The black substance crashed into the evil-slaying sword, and the tremendous force of the collision caused him to slide back. The nefarious demon was just about to give chase when a flaming sword projection imbued with lightning suddenly appeared before it. The sword projection instantly engulfed the nefarious demon's body. The nefarious demon wailed in anguish as it stumbled back in retreat. However, the green figure pressed forward in a domineering manner and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Seeing this, Lin realized that Su Xiaolan had stolen the limelight. How could he allow this? He immediately materialized wings of wind behind his back and pounced toward the nefarious demon without any hesitation. The second nefarious demon charged toward Tang Shimin, who was lying on the black brick. However, it was blocked by Shen Yuancheng, Su Qianyin, Yao Mingxi, and Hu Guan. Under their combined attacks, the nefarious demon was forced into retreat. The last nefarious demon wanted to kill White Spirit Snake, but it was completely crushed by Battle Goddess Bai Qiong. The battle had only just begun, and the nefarious demon was already at an absolute disadvantage. Lu Qianhuan looked on from the sidelines. It didn't seem like she needed to do anything, so she launched a light cannon at the nefarious demon from time to time. However, right at this moment, a wailing sound suddenly emanated from the black crater. Immediately afterward, an extremely thick pillar of black light soared into the sky. Hundreds and thousands of nefarious demons that were filled with boundless negative emotions rained down from the top of the pillar of light like a torrential downpour. Holy F asterisk CK, so many? And Lin's flesh crawled as he looked up at the dense horde of nefarious demons in the sky. Soon a dozen or so nefarious demons pounced toward him. A dozen or so nefarious demons were torn to shreds by his sword projection. These nefarious demons weren't very powerful. Most of them were of the Tao body stage or spirit nurturing stage. However, there were simply too many of them. From a rough estimate, there were hundreds or even thousands of nefarious demons on this land. If one was the slightest bit careless, they could be torn to shreds by these nefarious demons. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong unleashed her divine slash, and a boundless green sword projection sliced the powerful nefarious demon in front of her in half. The sword projection extended for over 1,000 feet, and a dozen or so nefarious demons were instantly annihilated by it. She hadn't even retracted her sword when another dozen or so nefarious demons pounced toward her. Bai Qiong's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the horde of nefarious demons. She grabbed White Spirit Snake and flew toward Battle God Ziyang. She felt that Battle God Ziyang's area of effect flame attacks were the best way to deal with the nefarious demons. However, Battle God Ziyang was like a salted fish at this moment. He created a ring of flames around him, and whenever a nefarious demon charged into the ring of flames, he would instantly incinerate it. Aren't you going to incinerate all the nefarious demons outside? Bai Qiong asked as she pulled White Spirit Snake into the ring of flames. Battle God Ziyang replied expressionlessly, "My mission is only to protect Tian Lingling and Tang Shimin. Besides, I don't even have my divine flame anymore, so I don't have the ability to incinerate all the nefarious demons outside." It could be seen that Battle God Ziyang's resentment was quite deep after Xian Yuancheng and the others slayed the powerful nefarious demon. They also retreated into the ring of flames created by Battle God Ziyang. "Oi, why aren't you guys attacking? All the nefarious demons have come to me, and I'm under a lot of pressure." Ziyang spoke with a displeased expression. "It's safer to stick together and defend." Xian Yuanqing spoke as he unleashed a long-range immortal spell. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had also slain the powerful nefarious demon and were flying toward Battle God Ziyang's Ring of Flames. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, go to the Ring of Flames and release a protective barrier. And Lin took out the Gundams from his storage ring and issued an order. "And Lin, what are you doing?" Su Xiaolan raised her brows when she saw Enlin suddenly stop in his tracks. I'm going to try out a new technique." A crimson symbol appeared on the back of Enlin's hand. Immediately afterward, a vast and boundless true flame intent swept forth in all directions. Chapter 346. Take care of yourself. Su Xiaolan heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the true intent of flames erupt from Enlin's body, and she began to fly toward the location where her teammates were gathered. What is classmate Enlin trying to do? Xian Yuancheng looked up at Enlin with a concerned expression. Not only him, but all of the team members also turned to look at Enlin. At this moment, there were already several dozen sinister devils pouncing toward Enlin at the same time. They possessed violent auras, and they extended their sharp claws as they transformed into streaks of black shadows that pounced toward the man in the air. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 landed within the circle of flames and activated their ionic deprivation protective barrier. And Lin intertwined his index fingers and pressed his thumbs together as he made an ancient hand seal. The space around him suddenly warped, and several dozen sinister devils held in agony as their twisted, inky black bodies evaporated like water vapor, and thick white smoke rose from their bodies. Heavenly void flame, appear! Boom! A transparent wave of flames swept forth, incinerating several dozen sinister devils into nothingness. Great holy flame, appear! A yellow and white disk of light appeared behind Enlin, and the area within a radius of several thousand feet was instantly transformed into an inferno of light and heat. Even the air became extremely twisted and warped. The sinister devils on the ground writhed in pain from the scorching heat that suddenly appeared. Many sinister devils pounced toward Enlin with all their might, but they were all incinerated into ashes by the invisible heavenly void flame. Demonic star flame, appear! Purple flames appeared in the sky, transforming into a sea of flames. Specks of white flames imbued with terrifying power, and they were as dazzling as stars within the sea of flames. Setting moon flame, appear! On the ground below, waves of blue flames swept forth in all directions, covering an area of several kilometers. Countless sinister devils were frozen by these frosty flames, and their bodies began to melt in a bizarre manner. At this moment, the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the void had all transformed into a flaming inferno. All of the team members stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them with expressions of astonishment. At this moment, Enlin was the monarch of flames, standing proudly in the sky and commanding the flames of heaven and earth. Sea of divine flames, activate! Enlin's expression was calm. The rune on the back of his hand shone brightly. He was about to unleash his true killing move. In the sky, the purple flames wrapped around the white starlight fell to the ground like a meteorite. The surging flames of the void transformed into an unstoppable river that surged toward the evil demons. The sun behind Xiaoqin spewed out boundless golden flames that swept out in all directions with a berserk aura. On the ground, the dark blue flames set off a monstrous wave that engulfed all the evil spirits. In an instant, heaven and earth were turned into a purgatory furnace by the four flames, burning everything. Battle god Ziyang's body trembled uncontrollably as he stared at this earth-shattering strike. Was this what it looked like to have attained the phenomenal success stage of the flame mantra? This concept of fire, this combination of fire techniques, was simply perfect. Even Battle Goddess Bai Qiong's eyes lit up, and an expression of admiration appeared on her face for the first time. Rumble. The four types of flames turned into the most terrifying slaughterhouse, incinerating all the demons on the ground into nothingness. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2's ion deprivation protective barriers were also showing signs of crumbling under the onslaught of the flames. This move that engulfed the heavens and the earth almost burned the entire world into pieces. After the flames subsided, the thousands of evil spirits were undoubtedly annihilated. The earth melted as if it had been roasted, and it even glowed with a faint red light. And Lin slowly descended to the ground. His vision darkened, and his body collapsed toward the ground in exhaustion. At this moment, a faint fragrance wafted toward him. His body was caught in the crook of a soft, jade-like arm. He turned around and saw an exquisitely beautiful woman looking at him with a faint smile. There was even a hint of curiosity in her clear eyes. "Who would have thought that you're even better at playing with fire than I am?" the woman praised. And Lin shook his head. "Don't praise me. This is the only move I know." And Lin felt like he had to be a bit more humble when facing Su Xiaolan. At the same time, he also didn't think that his new move would be so terrifying that it could instantly annihilate thousands of evil spirits. He was elated when he thought about how he now had an extremely powerful area of effect move. At this moment, the other team members also came up to him. Their faces were filled with amazement. In particular, Yao Mingxi, Hu Guan, and White Spirit Snake were so excited that they almost hugged him. They even said that Big Brother and was invincible, that he dominated the world, and that no one could stop him. They used all kinds of adjectives. White Spirit Snake even suggested changing Poison, Lord's Tao name, to Flame Tyrant. And Lin was dumbfounded. Since when did Poison Lord become his Tao name? Poison Lord was just a random title given to him by others. He didn't even have a Tao name yet. Even if he wanted to choose a Tao name, he couldn't choose a Tao name like Flame Tyrant, which was so unsophisticated. Things like Householder Qing Lian or Sword Immortal and how were more in line with his style. A voice suddenly traveled down from the sky. "Congratulations, Realm Guardian Trial. Evil spirits have been successfully completed." Immediately afterward, a screen of light descended from the sky. Words appeared on the screen. And Lin, 11,200 points. Su Xiaolan, 2030 points. Xianyuan Cheng, 1,800 points. Su Qianyun, 1,650 points. Yao Mingxi, 920 points. Hu Guan, 750 points. Lu Qianhuan, 570 points. Tian Lingling, 110 points. White Spirit Snake, 30 points. Tang Shimin, 0 points. The Battle God points were reset to 0. Only the scores were displayed, but no inheritance orbs descended. Everyone suddenly came to a realization as they looked at the scores. These were the trial contribution points, right? Perhaps they could use their points to obtain inheritances or exchange for some treasures at the end of the trial. And Lin had the highest score because he had instantly annihilated over 1,000 sinister devils. Lu Qianhuan had been slacking off this entire time. Even though she was powerful, she didn't have many points. As for Tian Lingling and White Spirit Snake, they were constantly unleashing immortal spells within the Ring of Flames and could occasionally kill 1 or 2 sinister devils, so they also had points. Tang Shimin was the worst off. 0 points was a little too glaring. Tang Shimin was speechless as he lay on his black brick and looked up at the screen in the sky. When he saw everyone's sympathetic expressions, his chest tightened even further. Why are you all looking at me? Why are you all looking at me? I, Tang Shimin, am a man of indomitable spirit. I don't need your sympathy. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he had probably only obtained one inheritance from this trip, which was even less than Tian Lingling and White Spirit Snake, who had won all the inheritances by acting cute. He had obtained the least out of the 10 of them. With this in mind, he couldn't help but feel sad. A white spatial passageway began to appear, and Lin swallowed a blood spirit pill and rested with the others for a while before continuing onward. Within the dark space, Black Spirit Snake's fingers were interlaced as she looked at Enlin and the others on the screen, and she tapped her fingernails lightly. Enlin, Lu Qianhuan, Su Xiaolan, Xianyuan Cheng, and Su Qianyan. These people are all cultivators close to the battle god rank, with Ziyang and Little Qing. Even if this was the hell mode, they probably wouldn't be able to experience a life or death trial. If this trial doesn't even have life or death situations, then it wouldn't be a good trial. Saying this, Black Spirit Snake turned her gaze toward the bald male. Her pitch-black eyes were mesmerizing. Seal 80% of your power. At the final checkpoint, act as a big boss and snipe them. Hearing this, the bald male trembled and lowered his head obediently. As you command, Master Black. Chapter 347. And Lin and the others walked through the spatial passageway and arrived at the second spatial node. They were greeted by the sight of a strange world. Here, the sky was covered by a thick layer of rock, the ground was scorching hot, and there was crimson lava flowing slowly through the ground. The air was suffused with a pungent, poisonous gas. And Lin looked around at his surroundings and felt like this was the second layer of the underground world. During the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers, the first stage of the desperate survival competition was extremely similar to the scene before him. However, the space they had arrived at this time was many times wider than last time, and the rock layer above them was also much taller. Just as Enlin was sighing with emotion, the rock layer above them suddenly began to crack open. Boom! A few inky black figures crashed to the ground amid a resounding boom, and Lin focused his gaze, and an expression of surprise appeared on his face. 9 strange creatures had appeared before him. All of them were inky black in color, and their biological structures were extremely stable, unlike the chaotic and twisted sinister devils. Furthermore, they were imbued with extremely vast amounts of energy, striking one with a sense of oppression. Their appearances were all different. Some of them walked upright like humans. Some of them were huge tigers with 2 heads, and there was even an elephant with a pair of black, web-like wings on its back. These are the demons of hell of the Tai Chu continent. Legend has it that they live in the cracks in the ground and grow by absorbing the energy of death and geothermal energy. They are renowned for their extremely powerful life force, which is comparable to that of the blood tribe. Everyone, please be careful. Xianyuan Cheng warned with a grave expression. The demons of hell panted heavily, and their breathing was clearly audible underground. Their crimson eyes stared intently at everyone with a bloodthirsty expression. For some reason, the atmosphere became very tense. Just as the 2 sides were facing off, a voice suddenly sounded. I'll lead the way. A pink-haired woman raised her 6-feathered staff and quickly rotated it in front of her as she spoke. Boom! A scorching white pillar of light tore through the ground before crashing toward the 2-headed tiger. That pillar of light was none other than Lu Qianhuan's signature technique, Final Spark. The 2-headed tiger was caught off guard and didn't even have a chance to evade before the pillar of light pierced through its head. The pillar of light was imbued with extremely powerful energy, blasting a ghastly hole into its head. Roar! The other 8 netherworld demons exploded forth and pounced towards Enlin and the others. The twin-headed tiger, which had been pierced by the final flash, did not collapse. As the whole wriggled, the black flesh and blood slowly stuck together and fused together before returning to its original state. Lu Qianhuan knew that this battle was not going to end easily. She was not discouraged and flew toward the double-headed tiger with her staff in high spirits. A netherworld demon in the form of a human pounced towards Enlin. It held a small sword in its hand and suddenly stabbed forward, transforming into a series of black afterimages. Its speed was so fast that even Enlin found it difficult to keep up with it. He knew that this group of netherworld demons was very strong when they exchanged blows just now. They were so powerful that only Xian Yuancheng, Su Qianyin, Su Xiaolan, and Lu Qianhuan could handle them. Yao Mingxi and Hu Guan couldn't handle them on their own. Soon, Hu Guan was struck in the chest by a huge black python. The force of the collision was so powerful that he spat out mouthfuls of blood as he flew through the air, and Lin slashed out a black sword projection to force the netherworld demon into retreat. He then took this opportunity to summon the 2 Gundams to reinforce Hu Guan and the others. First technique, Wind Sword. Wings of wind appeared on his back, and his speed increased explosively. His evil-slaying sword slashed through the neck of the netherworld demon in the form of a human, and black blood gushed forth. The netherworld demon clasped its neck and stumbled back a few steps. Its muscles squirmed, and the fatal wound was forcibly repaired to its original state. And Lin was extremely annoyed at the sight of this vitality. These netherworld demons were even more troublesome to deal with than sinister devils. Sinister devils had high attack power, but these netherworld demons had high vitality, just like the blood tribe. Roar! An anguished howl suddenly traveled over from the distance. And Lin looked in that direction out of the corner of his eye and saw that the huge, centipede-like sinister devil in front of Xian Yuancheng had collapsed to the ground. Its vitality had been severed, and it was slowly beginning to melt. Big Brother Qing is so powerful. Right at this moment, Xian Yuancheng had already slashed toward the python that was engaged in battle with the Gundam. Big Brother Cheng's sword techniques were light and graceful, and a series of white sword projections transformed into countless thin webs that tore through the python's skin. These attacks weren't lethal, but the python's extremely powerful vitality was unable to heal its wounds. The python's heavy attacks would usually be deflected by Xian Yuancheng into the ground, causing the earth to tremor and crack open as massive craters appeared. After a series of intense battles, Xian Yuancheng's body drifted back like a bird. Myriad spirit fate, death. He raised his sword to his eyebrows, and a mysterious ripple passed through the air before acting upon the python's body. Hiss! The python held in agony as the wound inflicted by Xian Yuancheng quickly festered, and its vitality was also being stripped away at an alarming rate. Its powerful vitality, which it was so proud of, was completely defenseless in the face of this erosion. And Lin finally witnessed with his own eyes how Big Brother Cheng defeated these clingy demons during his battle with the demons of hell. The Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi was the Tao of yin and yang, life and death. This technique treated all special life forms equally. A curse would be placed upon the target, and the curse would kill the target. This freakishly powerful cultivation method was extremely difficult to master, but Big Brother Ching had an extremely deep understanding of it. This was why he was favored by the true gods. Upon seeing this, and Lin knew that he couldn't use Big Brother Cheng's method anymore. The home ground of this trial belonged to Big Brother Cheng. After killing the python, Xian Yuancheng didn't stop there. Instead, he charged toward Yao Mingxi's battle and began to provide support. And Lin focused on his battle and finally managed to slash the demon before him twice with great difficulty. However, the demon shamelessly healed its wounds and continued to battle with vigor and vigor. As its wounds healed, the aura of the demons of hell would weaken slightly. However, its strength wouldn't decrease by much. Thus, this battle became a contest between the vitality of the demons of hell and their endurance. and Lin glanced toward White Spirit Snake. Battle Goddess Bai Cheong had captured a demon of hell and trapped it in a spell technique. Then, White Spirit Snake whipped it relentlessly. "Come, Master White, hit it with all your might. The harder you hit it, the higher your score will be when you win," Battle Goddess Bai Cheong said with a doting expression. "All right, little Ching, I'll do my best." There was a solemn expression on White Spirit Snake's beautiful face. She wielded the white bone lightning whip and whipped the demon wolf relentlessly. The demon wolf howled in humiliation. It wasn't humiliated because it couldn't win. Rather, it was humiliated because it was being whipped by the lightning whip. That feeling was like a man of indomitable spirit being locked in an iron cage, and then being sprayed in the face by a wimpy kid with a water gun. And Lin sighed with emotion upon seeing this. As expected, with a good beast pet, one could ascend to the pinnacle of life. As for Tian Lingling, she wasn't as lucky. She tossed a few talismans at the four-winged demonic bird in the sky, but none of them hit it. She could only watch on helplessly. After the four-winged demonic bird was blasted away by battle god Ziyang's punch, it knew that it couldn't afford to provoke him. Thus, it decided to attack from a distance and unleash a few fierce wind blades from time to time. However, these attacks were not enough. They were all easily blocked by Ziyang. Battle god Ziyang didn't take the initiative to attack the demonic bird. In any case, his mission was to protect the two of them. If someone attacked him, he would block it. If no one attacked him, he would just stand there like an idiot. And Lin sighed softly. It looked like it was more reliable to wait for Big Brother Cheng to end this battle. Wait a minute. A thought suddenly flashed through in Lin's mind, and he recalled something from the past. His eyes lit up. Perhaps he could also do something like this. Chapter 348. These demons of hell possessed extremely powerful life forces, comparable to those of the Blood Tribe. However, the Blood Tribe possessed extremely powerful life forces, but it had been poisoned to death by Lin's blood. So could the demons of hell be poisoned to death by his blood? And Lin felt like this was worth a try. Even though he was very disdainful of people saying that his blood was poisonous, the truth was the truth, and it couldn't be changed. Thinking about how his blood could be used to rid the world of evil, that was quite a good thing. And Lin evaded the demon of hell's lunge and blasted its inky black body with a punch before slashing his arm with the evil slaying sword, staining the blade of the sword with blood. The inky black blade of the sword was stained with a hint of sinister coldness. "Little Xia, do you like the red makeup I put on for you?" And Lin suddenly asked as he looked at the blood-stained sword. Evil slaying sword. "Stone Liji? No, you don't understand my pain." And Lin heaved a long sigh and shook his head with a forlorn expression. "If my blood was extremely poisonous, would you still follow me?" Evil slaying sword. Stupid C***. Right at this moment, the demon that had been knocked back pounced toward Lin again with a powerful aura, and Lin's eyes turned snowy white as he activated his divine inspection technique. First technique, wind sword, and Lin evaded the demon's lunge by a hair's breadth. He raised his wrist, and streams of white wind revolved around his evil slaying sword, which was imbued with a faint red glow. A lethal sword projection instantly sliced a massive gash into the demon of hell's chest. Splat! Black blood splattered through the air as the demon was knocked back again, and Lin stared at the retreating demon with a tense expression on his face. It was time to prove whether his blood was poisonous to a single race or to all races. The demon of hell clutched its wounded chest, and its flesh began to squirm in an attempt to heal its wound. However, right at this moment, its expression suddenly faltered, and it looked down at its wound to find that the black blood was flowing even more violently, showing no signs of stopping. This was the first time the infernal demon had encountered such a situation, and his eyes widened in shock as he immediately used a spell technique to seal his wound. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, its movements began to stiffen. As the corners of its mouth squirmed, black blood flowed out along with bubbles. Plop! The netherworld demon collapsed with a terrified expression on his face. His breathing slowly ceased. So the poison in my blood isn't targeted at anyone, and Lin looked at the scene in front of him and murmured. He began to feel somewhat melancholic. The blood that could poison the blood race and the demons of the netherworld to death had already transcended species. He might even be able to poison other races to death. From the looks of it, his blood really seemed to be quite poisonous. Senior Poison Lord, you're so powerful. White Spirit Snake yelled with excitement upon seeing that Lin had already defeated a demon of hell. Venerable Poison Master? And Lin understood. This might be a connection that could not be severed in the unseen world. Perhaps the Taoist title of Lord of Poison was really fated with him. Since this was fate, then let the title of Poison Lord shine once again. And Lin took a deep breath. A pair of wings appeared on his back, and he flew toward the four-winged demonic bird in the sky. His speed was so fast that a powerful shockwave swept through the air around him. The four-winged demonic bird flapped its wings toward Lin, and over 100 powerful wind blades rained down upon Lin. And Lin activated his divine inspection technique and relied on the speed of his wings of wind as well as his powerful ability to analyze openings. He transformed into an extremely agile streak of light and evaded all of the concentrated wind blades. First technique, Wind Sword. A sword strike imbued with white streams of wind sliced a massive sword gash into the four-winged demonic bird's body. Blood splattered through the air, and Lin flew back to the ground with a confident expression, no longer looking at the demonic bird behind him. A few seconds later, the gigantic demonic bird crashed to the ground as if its wings had been snapped. Its vitality had also been completely severed. At this moment, Xian Yuancheng had already helped Su Qianyan destroy a demon of hell. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolan activated the lightning flame spell formation and incinerated the winged elephant demon repeatedly before finally successfully killing it. Like a beautiful butterfly, Lu Qianhuan danced around the gigantic two-headed tiger. One powerful spell technique after another was unleashed from her staff. Forceful control, bombardment, forceful control, critical strike. The gigantic two-headed tiger pounced toward Lu Qianhuan in a frenzy, but it couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. On the other hand, the fearsome spell techniques that were hurtling toward it all hit their targets. No matter how powerful the gigantic two-headed tiger's vitality was, it had no way of retaliating. It was blasted to death, just like that. My God, these demons of hell are King tough. Next time, I'll have to improve my magic penetration as well. Lu Qianhuan wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead as she panted heavily. Hearing this, Lin grimaced. You can make up for the penetrative power of the spell by a void staff? Lu Qianhuan, don't tell me that you can't differentiate between reality and illusion. Lu Qianhuan rolled her eyes at Lin. Ignorant child, embedding soul-crushing ore and demonic blood fat on the staff will allow spell techniques to become sharper and more penetrative. Furthermore, it can also increase the fatality rate due to the demonic blood. My four balls? And Lin's mouth gaped open. He was rendered speechless by Lu Qianhuan's serious lecture. Holy *T. So Lu Qianhuan wasn't joking. This world really could improve spell penetration. The last demon of hell was the demonic wolf that Bai Qiong had trapped in a spell technique cage. It instantly fell into despair when it saw a few more terrifying cultivators surrounding it. Battle goddess Bai Qiong didn't want to waste everyone's time after seeing that everyone else had finished their battles. Thus, she released the demonic wolf. After regaining its freedom, the demon wolf didn't even have time to sing its praises of freedom before it was drowned in an overwhelming wave of powerful spells in the next second. If the heavens gave it a chance to choose, it would definitely choose to return to the cage and enjoy White Spirit Snake's whipping. That place was practically heaven. Congratulations, Realm Guardian Trial. Demons of Hell chapter completed. Immediately afterward, a screen of light descended from the sky. Words appeared on the screen. Xianyuan Cheng, 6,400 points. And Lin, 3,400 points. Su Xiaolan, 2,100 points. Lu Qianhuan, 2,100 points. Su Qianyin, 1,800 points. Yao Mingxi, 700 points. Hu Guan, 500 points. White Spirit Snake, 100 points. Tian Lingling, 10 points. Tang Shimin, 0 points. His Battle God contribution points were reset to 0. No one was surprised that Xianyuan Cheng had the highest contribution points. After all, he was the one who had provided support everywhere during this trial. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong pursed her lips in dissatisfaction when she saw White Spirit Snake's 100 points. She only has 100 points after being whipped for so long? Does she even know how to calculate points? Tian Lingling looked at her pitiful 10 points, and a hint of indignation appeared in her large, watery eyes. However, when she glanced at Tang Shimin, who was lying on the black brick, her expression relaxed for some reason. Tang Shimin noticed the change in her expression, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Could it be that Tian Lingling felt better after seeing his 0 points? Just as everyone was recuperating and recovering their blood essence, within the dark space, only a snake-tailed female remained. She sat lazily on a chair. She looked at Enlin and the others on the screen, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She revealed a smile that was enough to enchant all living beings. Immediately afterward, a mesmerizing voice reverberated within the dark space. The show is finally about to begin. Chapter 349. And Lin and the others continued onward toward the final node. This was a vast expanse of lush green land with blue skies and white clouds. Even the air here was extremely fresh and clean. This place sure is comfortable. Su Qianyin narrowed her eyes and took a deep breath with an expression of enjoyment on her face. And Lin also felt genuinely relaxed as he surveyed his surroundings. However, he didn't know what kind of monsters would be born in such an environment. It was no wonder that he would think this way. One had to realize that they were part of the 10 Realm Guardian tribes, and the mission of the 10 Realm Guardian tribes was to exterminate all living beings that posed a threat to this world. The first 2 nodes were sinister devils and demons of hell, so there should be another monster tribe in this node as well. Right at this moment, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky. A silver-white, ring-shaped flying object flew out of the crack. This flying object was made up of 2 silver rings, an inner ring and an outer ring. Its surface was extremely smooth and streamlined. Under the illumination of the light, it glistened like a perfect work of art. And Lin and the others were a little dumbstruck by the sight of this flying object. What's this? Why did this thing appear? Holy F asterisk CK. Could it be that we have to fight aliens for the final node? Lu Qianhuan couldn't help but yell, and Lin. Although he really didn't want to associate this flying object with aliens, this technologically advanced flying object was far too inferior to an immortal's magic tool. Just as he was hesitating, a dazzling arc of lightning circled around the flying object before converging in the air in front of them. Be careful! And Lin's hair stood on end as he yelled. He instantly raised his black brick in front of everyone and expanded it in size. Boom! Tang Shimin was caught off guard and had only just raised his head when he saw a blinding pillar of lightning erupt from the flying object before instantly striking the black brick in front of everyone. The terrifying explosion of lightning pulverized everything in its path, tearing through the earth and reducing the surrounding vegetation to dust. When everyone came to their senses, a massive crater had been blasted into the ground in front of the black brick by the energy cannon. Who would have thought that it really would be aliens? They even have such a high-tech flying object. and Lin pursed his lips and was a little speechless. He did not sense any fluctuation of yuan qi from the attack just now. It was obvious that it was a pure physical energy attack. Gundam 1. Gundam 2, blast that drone down. After confirming the enemy, and Lin no longer held back and took the initiative to counterattack. Arcs of lightning flashed around Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 upon receiving the command, and they stepped forward, transforming into two streaks of white light that flew through the air at extreme speed. At that moment, a gap opened up in the ring-shaped flying object, and two figures in black armor leaped out of the gap. Whoosh! A figure charged toward Gundam 1 and Gundam 2, and a fist that glowed with a metallic luster crashed into the Gundam's particle sword. Boom! A circular wave of air swept out in all directions, and the extremely sharp particle swords actually stopped on the surface of the fist, unable to advance any further. At this moment, the other Gundam had already aimed its cannon at the figure, and the super-ion electromagnetic gun suddenly fired. Lightning flashed, and the super-ion electromagnetic gun, which was imbued with immense kinetic energy, tore through the air and instantly reached the figure's head. Another earth-shattering screech sounded as a gray energy barrier formed around the figure's black armor, keeping the shockingly powerful cannon blast at bay. Rainbow-splitting realm. A powerful roar sounded as the black armor glowed with a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, several rainbow-colored streaks of light rose up from behind the figure before sweeping toward the two Gundams with terrifying power. Isn't this rainbow-splitting realm a technique of battle god Jinhong? And this surging battle chi, there's no mistaking it. Battle god Ziyang's heart trembled as he looked up at the scene in the sky. Battle god Jinhong? He's the first battle god of the Beihong Empire, right? Su Xiaolan had seen this name in history books before, and her expression also shifted slightly. The history books say that he disappeared 7,000 years ago. Could it be? Everyone looked up at the figure in the black armor in the sky with more and more questions in their minds. They had initially thought that this figure was a technological puppet like the two Gundams. After all, its exterior was completely sealed off, and it looked like a thickly painted version of the two Gundams. But now, it looked like the figure in the armor was most likely a battle god. Why was battle god Jinhong here? How did he come to possess such high-tech creations? Why was he the third enemy of the 10 Realm Guardian tribes? The two Gundams were blasted to the ground by several rainbow-colored streaks of light. Right at this moment, another figure in black armor flew toward Lin and the others as a peerlessly powerful aura burst forth from its body. The black armor spread open its hand, and the sky suddenly darkened as battle chi surged violently. Within a few seconds, a black saber projection over a kilometer in length appeared in the sky, and it descended upon Lin and the others with boundless sharpness and destructive power. That's battle god Tian Dao's signature technique, Dark Sky Slash. Battle god Zi Yang exclaimed in shock. Don't just stand there and be amazed. Can't you do something? Bai Qiong flew into the sky with a green imperial robe draped over her shoulders. An azure sword projection materialized in her hand as she flew toward the black saber projection. Boom! The collision of the two battle gods caused the entire sky to be dyed black and green. Battle god Tian Dao, the second battle god of the Ao Exian Empire. He's also one of the missing battle gods, Su Xiaolan explained. It looks like all the missing battle gods have come here. Xianyuan Cheng was shocked as he looked up at the earth-shattering battle in the sky. This kind of momentum, this kind of power. So battle gods were this terrifying when they engaged in battle. And Lin looked at battle god Zi Yang with a peculiar expression. Senior, you're a battle god just like them. Why are you so shocked now? To be honest, battle goddess Bai Qiong, battle god Tian Dao, and battle god Jinhong were all extremely domineering, but battle god Xiang was the only one. Why did he feel like something was off? He was a coward and a pervert, and he ate an immortal fruit on the sly. He couldn't be lying. Could he? Battle god Ziyang chuckled. Don't try to provoke me. I'm only responsible for protecting Tang, Shimin, and Tian Lingling. Oh, and now there's White Spirit Snake. And Lin. He then glanced at the two Gundams who were battling Battle God Jinhong. They were already on the brink of defeat. Let's go. Let's start the battle as well. And Lin finally drew his evil-slaying sword after ascertaining the strength of his enemies. Right at this moment, a white, ring-shaped object slowly descended onto the ground. A black opening appeared, and a bald man jumped out from within. He was wearing a white cloak, a yellow sweatshirt, and a pair of red gloves. He suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and Lin was completely dumbstruck upon seeing this, and an inexplicable sense of fear welled up in his heart. Chapter 350. The rest of the team members also noticed the bald man. Huh? Why isn't he wearing armor? Yao Mingxi asked curiously. Who cares if he's wearing armor or not? He's an enemy. I'll go kill him. Hu Guan clenched his fists and charged forward with a menacing aura. And Lin was given a fright upon seeing Hu Guan's actions and immediately held him back. Don't be rash, Junior. Who? What is it, big brother-in? Hu Guan asked curiously upon seeing Lin's nervous expression. And Lin took a deep breath. If you charge forward so recklessly, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand a single punch. Xian Yuan Qing nodded in agreement. Student Lin is right. We should be more cautious when facing enemies of unknown origins and unknown backgrounds. Let me go test them out. After saying that, he pulled out his ancient sword and walked towards the bald man with a vigilant expression. And Lin was given another fright and immediately pulled Xian Yuan Qing out of the way. Xian Yuan Qing. And Lin swallowed. That person's attire is very strange. I'm a little afraid that none of us will be able to withstand a single punch from him. Let's let Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 go test them out. Yao Mingxi, Hu Guan, and White Spirit Snake stared at Lin with wide eyes as if they had seen something inconceivable. This was the first time they had seen Big Brother and act so cowardly. Lu Qianhuan stroked her chin as she stared at the strange bald man. I can't shake the feeling that this man looks familiar, she murmured to herself. And Lin turned toward Lu Qianhuan as if he had found a soulmate. One Punch Man. It's him. Lu Qianhuan clapped her hands together as her purple eyes glowed with excitement. He's Teacher Saitama, the one who killed a boss with a single punch. All of the team members were shocked upon hearing this. Saitama? He killed a boss with a single punch? He's that powerful. Hi, Teacher Saitama. I'm Sorceress Lux. Lu Qianhuan greeted the bald man excitedly with a vibrant smile. It was as if two people who loved to role-play had met in the vast world. This was all fate. When the bald man saw an extremely beautiful woman waving at him enthusiastically and calling him Teacher Sama, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot as a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Previously, he had been worrying about what he should do to restore his glorious image after he became bald. Very quickly, he recalled that in the world created by the Empress, there was a bald expert who was extremely domineering. Thus, he decided to imitate him and act out the role. He didn't expect to be recognized as soon as he put on his clothes. As expected, I was born with a kind of domineering aura. The bald man was very happy, but he also knew what his mission was. If he did not complete it well, the next time he would not be playing the role of a bald powerhouse, but a headless horseman. While the man was thinking, a white figure had already appeared above him with its mouth wide open. Rumble. Purple flames fell from the sky. This was the extremely powerful dark purple dragon flames, and it instantly engulfed the bald man, instantly melting the ground beneath it with its terrifying heat. However, just as the Gundam was about to unleash its flames, the bald man had already appeared behind it, and Lin's pupils contracted in shock. So fast! The white cape on the bald man's back danced in the wind, and his red-gloved fist instantly crashed into the Gundam's back at an incredible speed. Boom! A thunderous boom erupted as a white shockwave swept through the air for over a kilometer. Crack! Cracks appeared on the Gundam's silvery white outer armor, and its body turned into a white line as it plummeted to the ground, creating a pitch-black crater. And Lin took a deep breath as a fearful expression appeared on his face. Yao Mingxi, Hu Guan, you two go help Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 against Battle God Jinhong. Everyone else, come with me to battle that bald man. The speed and power displayed by this bald man were even more powerful than that of Battle God Jinhong. Yao Mingxi and Hu Guan were slightly weaker, but they knew that this was not a battle that they could participate in, so they immediately flew toward Battle God Jinhong. And Lin issued an order to Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 through the Heart Net to stall Battle God Jinhong as much as possible. He didn't want to kill Battle God Jinhong as long as he didn't get involved in other battles. The bald man didn't give chase after slamming one of the Gundams into the ground. Instead, he made his way toward Lin and the others with a relaxed smile on his face. Hello, everyone. I am the final boss of this trial, Saitama. I've let you guys off easy for so long, so it's time for one or two of you to die. Are you ready? He didn't forget why he had become bald, so he was going to take this opportunity to exact his revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, a dangerous, murderous aura began to spread in all directions, and Lin's expression became extremely fearsome as he looked at the bald man. He really did feel like he was about to be punched to death by this bald man. I'll stall Saitama. You guys take this opportunity to attack him. Xianyuan Cheng suddenly instructed. All right, Xianyuan Cheng, you'll be the main tank to draw aggro. I'll be the backline DPS. Su Qianyan will be the assassin, and Lin and Su Xiaolan will be the melee DPS. Lu Qianhuan suddenly issued instructions with an excited expression. Everyone, Xianyuan Cheng could be trusted to stall Lin. After all, he was able to hold his own against Wang Xuanzhan of the Spirit Nurturing Final Stage for a short period of time when he was only of the Spirit Nurturing Initial Stage. Now that he was of the Spirit Nurturing Final Stage, he was definitely the most powerful among all of them. However, before Xianyuan Cheng even had a chance to attack, a white pillar of energy tore through the earth toward the bald man's face. Whoosh! A series of afterimages flashed past, and the bald man shifted his position at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture. The pillar of energy brushed past him, tearing a trench over 1,000 feet in length into the earth. We missed! Lu Qianhuan blinked her purple eyes in disbelief. It's my turn, the bald man said lightly. In the next instant, the red fist was already upon everyone with an earth-shattering aura. Boom! The earth suddenly began to tremor and crumble amid an earth-shattering boom. An ancient sword stood in front of the red fist, and the projection of a black and white fish revolved on the ground. Oh, interesting. A hint of surprise appeared in the bald man's eyes. He didn't think that someone would be able to completely block his punch. Xianyuan Cheng's expression was calm, as if he had entered into some kind of realm. However, the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth indicated that he had already been injured. A sword slash of fire and lightning suddenly attacked the bald man. It was so fast that it reached him instantly. The bald man took a step forward, and his body transformed into a series of afterimages as he retreated over a dozen meters, evading the sword projection. The air twisted, and the blue moon rippled in the air soundlessly before appearing behind the bald man. With a sharp edge that seemed capable of harvesting lives, it drew a thin blue line through the air. The bald man threw a punch behind him without hesitation. Boom! A sonic boom erupted like a clap of thunder. The red fist flattened the air, and the blue moon trembled violently under its pressure. It was impossible to describe what kind of power this was. Su Qianyan, who was standing over 1,000 feet away, felt as if her entire body had been struck by a terrifying blow. She was sent flying as she spat out a mouthful of blood. The bald man, suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blow toward him from the side. He didn't even avert his gaze as he threw a punch forward, and Lin's inky black sword was only an inch away from the bald man's neck when the terrifying gust of wind had already struck his body, sending him flying several hundred meters. In the span of a few breaths, the bald man had thrown 3 punches and injured 3 people. Chapter 351. After the bald man sent and Lin flying, Xianyuan Cheng charged toward him again in an attempt to stall him with his myriad spirit Tai Chi Dao. However, Xianyuan Cheng felt as if his body had been completely emptied after dispersing the power of the bald man's 2 punches. At this moment, Lu Qianhuan had already flown into the air and waved her 6-feathered staff to materialize a series of semi-transparent beams of energy that rained down upon the bald man like a torrential downpour. After a series of explosions, the bald man walked out from the cloud of dust. His head was still as shiny as ever, and it was especially dazzling as it reflected the sunlight. Holy F***CK! Not only are his agility and strength off the charts, but even his defenses are so powerful. He's using hacks. Lu Qianhuan's eyes widened in astonishment. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in her heart, and she retreated with all her might. However, the yellow figure was even faster, and he instantly appeared before her as a merciless fist descended upon her. Lu Qianhuan gritted her teeth as she looked at the fist that was growing larger and larger. She raised her staff in front of her in preparation to defend herself. Right at this moment, a white figure appeared before her, and an ancient sword imbued with the power of myriad spirit Tai Chi struck the fist before deflecting it to the side. The fist pierced through the air and whipped up gale-force winds. It was impossible to completely nullify the power of such a powerful fist. After the fist landed, Xianyuan Cheng's body was severely wounded again, and he stumbled back in retreat with an extremely pale face. The bald man knew that Xianyuan Cheng was difficult to deal with, so he attacked Xianyuan Cheng again. Lu Qianhuan immediately unleashed a prismatic barrier upon Xianyuan Cheng. Flying lightning slash. Su Xiaolan wielded her dragon sparrow sword and unleashed a bolt of lightning toward the bald man's right side. Almost at the same time, heaven and earth suddenly fell dark, and Lin appeared on the bald man's left side, and his evil slaying sword slashed through the air in a lethal, inky black trajectory. Second technique, Shadow Tiger. The bald man's expression darkened as he sensed danger in that instant. Green steel claws. He used his hands as claws, and an extremely dazzling green light burst forth from his left and right hands as he clawed toward different directions. Ka! The crisp sound of an explosion shattered the darkness of heaven and earth. The bald man's right hand clamped tightly onto Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword. Lightning flashed, but he was unable to advance any further. His right hand gripped onto the blade of the evil-slaying sword, and the inky black energy was trapped within his azure claws. However, at this moment, a blazing pillar of energy tore through the air and smashed into the bald man's chest. Boom! The impact of the energy pillar transformed into light and heat that spread in all directions. Immediately after, Lin and Su Xiaolan felt an extremely powerful force coming from their swords, and then they were sent flying at the same time. Another sonic boom erupted, and the bald man appeared before Lu Qianhuan again. His clothes had already been torn to shreds, revealing his charred chest. "You've successfully injured me. I'll reward you with a punch." The scarlet fist descended like a mountain, giving off a suffocating feeling. Right at this moment, Xianyuan Cheng appeared before Lu Qianhuan again. The terrifying power of his fist tore through the clouds and pulverized the mountain in the distance. Xianyuan Cheng and Lu Qianhuan both threw up mouthfuls of blood at the same time as they fell to the ground. "Xianyuan Cheng, are you all right?" Lu Qianhuan endured her injuries and rushed to Xianyuan Cheng's side before picking him up in her arms. There was a panicked expression on her face. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Xianyuan Cheng struggled free from Lu Qianhuan's arms and stood up with gritted teeth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "It was all my fault. I didn't hold that man back and you guys were injured." Lu Qianhuan faltered upon hearing this, and her eyes fell into a daze for a split second. She looked at the figure who was seriously injured, but still stood up without any regard for his own safety. Her heart inexplicably trembled. What am I afraid of? Afraid of picking up that sword? Afraid of remembering the past? They fought with their lives on the line, protecting me without regard for their own safety. But I don't even have the courage to wield my sword in front of everyone. They are my teammates, my true comrades who fight side by side with me. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face. She was laughing at her own stupidity and cowardice. Boom! Waves of clouds surged through the sky as the bald man shot toward Xianyuan Cheng and Lu Qianhuan like a cannonball. It was clear that he harbored a deep grudge against them. In the face of this suffocating aura, Xianyuan Cheng stood in front of Lu Qianhuan with a resolute expression as the image of a black and white fish appeared beneath his feet. Perhaps this was the last punch he could block. Even so, he was going to hold on until the very end to create opportunities for his teammates. All the way until the very end. Gotcha! For some reason, Xianyuan Cheng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, the bald man had already charged toward him and launched a merciless punch. Frost instantly covered the entire sky. Blue-white streams of air proliferated outward, and the absolute low temperature froze the space around them. Lu Qianhuan stood in front of Xianyuan Cheng, and a blue ribbon encircled her snow-white skin. Her figure was tall and straight, and her expression was cold and arrogant. Her purple eyes were disdainful yet calm, as if she were a proud and independent female sword immortal. The bald man was enveloped by the terrifyingly low temperature, and his body actually froze for a moment. However, he quickly used brute force to break free from this freezing space, and the red fist continued its onslaught. Stunning snow! Lu Qianhuan yelled softly as she gripped her great ice sword tightly in her slender hand. She raised her sword toward the sky, toward the red fist, and 1,000 snowflakes were instantly swept up. The bald man's fist was powerless, as if it had struck cotton, and the extremely cold wind and snow continued to batter his body. Ling Shuang! Lu Qianhuan's sword turned, and her great ice sword pierced toward the bald man's heart. At this moment, the falling snow stopped, and everything fell silent. Only the blade of the sword, which was imbued with the power of extreme frost, sliced through the wind and snow and pierced toward the enemy's heart. Blood splattered and snow began to fall. Lu Qianhuan's long sword pierced into the bald man's chest. However, before the tip of the sword could even touch the heart, the blade was already tightly gripped by a large hand, and it was unable to advance any further. Blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the snowy ground, forming faint red spots that slowly faded away. The bald man's expression finally darkened completely. "Very good. You've injured me again this time. I'll reward you with another punch." His fist fell, and it was as if he could destroy all techniques with his strength alone. The terrifying power of his fist shattered the frost heaven domain. Lu Qianhuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body was sent flying into the sky by the fist. The sound of blood churning and bones shattering could also be heard. Xianyuan Cheng had only just felt a glimmer of hope from Lu Qianhuan's exceptional sword technique. However, in the next instant, this hope was once again shattered by the bald man's fist. Such a powerful and unimaginable sword technique was still unable to defeat him. This bald man's strength was truly too ridiculously powerful. The bald man stomped the ground with one foot and charged toward Lu Qianhuan, who was still in the air. Then he launched another punch. Lu Qianhuan looked at the fist that was imbued with terrifying power, and despair finally welled up in her heart. She knew that she wouldn't be able to block this punch. However, Right at this moment, a powerful arm suddenly wrapped around her slender and soft waist, and the arm transformed into a bolt of lightning as it instantly teleported over 1,000 feet away. Boom! The fist lashed out, and it was as if the fist was going to puncture the heavens. The bald man's fist missed. You've saved the damsel in distress. I'll give you a thumbs up. Lu Qianhuan looked at the handsome profile of the man before her, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. Crimson blood was still stained on her beautiful, fair face, and her smile was both pitiful and moving. Just stay here and shout 666. Watch me perform in the next battle. The man placed Lu Qianhuan onto the ground, and a black aura continued to seep out from his body. He was none other than Enlin, who had already unleashed his origin energy of the netherworld. Chapter 352. The bald man's expression shifted as he stared at Enlin in the distance. This aura was very powerful. Enlin also raised his head to look at the bald man, and his eyes were as black as ink. A black cape instantly materialized on his back, and even his evil-slaying sword was bound by a black ribbon, as if a black cloak had been added to his body. Deathly silence ensued as the aura of death and doom proliferated outward. Enlin stood at the very center of the darkness, as if he were the monarch of the night. His aura was calm and reserved, but it was imbued with absolute power that could make one fall into an eternal slumber. A gust of wind blew past, and Enlin's body had already disappeared. The bald man's expression darkened, and he raised his fist before hurling it forward without any hesitation. At this moment, the black blade of his sword had already arrived before him with peerless might before colliding with his fist. Boom! The two powers clashed, and vital energy surged for over a kilometer as terrifying shockwaves exploded forth, destroying everything within a radius of over 1,000 feet. Enlin and the bald man both retreated a few steps at the same time. The bald man's glove had already been sliced open by the blade of his sword, revealing a gash. However, Enlin was completely unscathed as he charged toward the bald man again with his sword in hand. An extremely domineering sword strike collided with the bald man's sword, and the resulting explosion of energy transformed heaven and earth into complete chaos. The bald man was forced into retreat by Enlin's unstoppable sword strike, and a dozen or so wounds soon appeared on his body. In the eyes of the bald man, the black cape on Enlin's back was growing larger and larger, as if it had transformed into a black canopy that obscured the entire sky. Meanwhile, Enlin's sword had become the executor of death and doom in the canopy of the sky, constantly announcing its authority. Xianyuan Cheng and Lu Qianhuan looked up into the sky, where the black cape obscured the sun. Night slowly fell, and Enlin's endless night sword technique had finally reached its peak. That's right, Enlin didn't use the 6 strikes of the war god this time. Instead, he listened to Little Xia's suggestion and used the endless night sword technique that he had just obtained. Su Xiaolan was forced back by a scarlet streak of light as her black robe fluttered. Her gaze had already stopped on the man in the distance. Battle god Jinhong was far too powerful, and even with the help of the 2 Gundams, Huguan and Yao Mingxi were still in grave danger. Hence, Su Xiaolan listened to Enlin's instructions and went to reinforce Huguan and the others. Before they parted, Enlin had said that he would definitely defeat the bald man. Seeing Enlin's extremely serious expression, Su Xiaolan believed his words without a doubt. And now, the most crucial moment had finally arrived. The bald man was beaten until his blood boiled. He clenched his fists tightly, and his aura soared to the limit. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Eat my serious punch. The muscles on the bald man's arm suddenly bulged, and Yuan Qi surged for thousands of meters, forming a huge cyclone, and the center of the cyclone was his right fist. He punched out. The red fist seemed to be able to shatter everything, and it grew larger and larger in Enlin's eyes. The power behind the fist was as vast as the sea, and the power behind it was enough to shatter heaven and earth. And Lin's expression became extremely grave. He stood in front of him, atop his sword, and began to spin at high speed. His black cape transformed into a black canopy that flowed downward like a black river, forming a vortex that sucked in heaven and earth. 99 layers of black vortexes began to appear, and the center of the vortex was so deep that even one's consciousness would not be able to escape. It was like a black hole that could melt and engulf all things, and it flew directly toward the Red Fist. Boom! The terrifying power of the collision shattered the vortexes layer by layer, and the space around them began to twist and warp. 10 layers, 20 layers, 30 layers, 90 layers. Black cracks imbued with the aura of chaos appeared in the air. This was a sign that the space itself had been torn apart. And Lin's internal organs had already been shattered, and his bones were riddled with cracks. These were extremely lethal wounds, but he showed no hint of fear or retreat. His eyes were as clear as a mirror. In his heart, this was the moment that would decide the outcome of this battle. The evil-slaying sword transformed into a black shadow as it returned to his hand, and a cold voice tinged with excitement sounded. "And Lin, close your eyes." And Lin closed his eyes, and then he saw light. This was a ray of light in his consciousness, a ray of light that tore through the darkness and was peerlessly dazzling. A peerlessly dazzling light burst forth from the evil-slaying sword, as if it were welcoming the dawn of night, as if it were extinguishing all hope. The black sky was torn apart by the white light, and in Lin's cloak and the black ribbon on the evil-slaying sword both disappeared. The white sword projection soared into the sky, as if it had been repressed for a long time and had finally been released, and it released all of its energy in a frenzy. Final technique, endless night, dawn. The bald man stared at the white sword projection. It tore through the darkness and tore through heaven and earth, becoming the only color in this world. It was powerful, dazzling, and filled with hope. Regardless of whether it was the enemies or his teammates, all of them involuntarily turned to look at the sword projection as their hearts trembled with emotion. The bald man's chest had already been punctured by the white sword projection, and a mist of blood sprayed through the air as his body plummeted to the ground. And Lin also plummeted toward the ground in exhaustion. His body had been completely hollowed out, and the after effects of using the origin energy of the netherworld for an extended period of time were not as simple as just exhaustion. Instead, they could even affect his Tao foundation. A warm arm wrapped around his body, and he forced his eyes open to find Xian Yuan Cheng's handsome face that was filled with concern. "Classmate and Lin, are you all right?" I'm fine." And Lin shook his head feebly, but to his surprise his blood churned, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. That's right, not only had his body been hollowed out, but all of his organs had almost been crippled by that punch. The evil-slaying sword let loose a cry of satisfaction before hiding back into its storage ring, completely disregarding its master's pitiful condition. Xian Yuan Cheng placed Lin and Lu Qianhuan together and fed each of them a healing spirit pill. In reality, he himself was also severely injured, but he could still just barely stand. Just when Lin thought that he could finally relax after defeating the fake Saitama, a voice suddenly rang out. He shuddered as a boundless chill ran down his spine. "Cough, cough. I've underestimated you guys." A bald figure slowly crawled out from the rubble. His bald head was stained with blood, but it was still extremely eye-catching under the bright sunlight. He gripped the bleeding wound on his chest as he made his way toward Lin and the others with raging battle intent burning in his eyes. "Your combat prowess has already far exceeded my expectations, but you're still a little short of being able to defeat me." A smile appeared on the bald man's face as he spoke. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you excited?" He clenched his fists tightly as he continued onward. He was going to kill all three of them in critical condition. He drew closer and closer to Lin and the others, and he was like a ferocious ancient fiend celestial that was about to bare its fangs. Right at this moment, a faint ripple suddenly appeared in the air. A blue arc of light flashed past the bald man's back like a goose gliding over the surface of the water. Very fast. It was very unexpected, just when the bald man was at his weakest and most emotionally unstable. The Grim Reaper's scythe fell lightly. The bald man's eyes widened as he stared at the wound on his neck. There was an expression of incredulity on his face, and Lin, Lu Qianhuan, and the others all drew a sharp intake of breath as they stared at the blue figure in the distance. Beautifully done. Perfect. And Lin, who was on the verge of death, sat up in shock. This is the role of assassins in team battles. Lu Qianhuan's purple eyes lit up as a vibrant smile appeared on her face. In the distance, the blue moonlight disk danced merrily around Su Qianyan, as if it was taking credit. Su Qianyan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled happily at Enlin and the others. There were 2 faint dimples on her delicate face, and she was extremely adorable. Chapter 353. And Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the sight of the bald man's lifeless eyes and lifeless body as he stood rooted to the spot. This most difficult battle had finally come to an end. He had used all of his trump cards and had almost sacrificed his life to defeat the bald man. This was a hard-won victory. Teacher Saitama was indeed worthy of his reputation. Furthermore, he wasn't even the real Saitama. He was just a cosplay character, but he was already so bad immediately afterward, and Lin saw the bald man transform into specks of golden light before disappearing from heaven and earth. As expected of a boss. Even the way he exited the battle after his death was so cool, and Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion upon seeing this. Then he saw the specks of golden light slowly converge to form the bald man again. There were still countless wounds on his body, but the fatal wound on his neck had disappeared. The bald man looked around and scratched his bald head in confusion. Didn't I just die? He suddenly asked. And Lin, Su Qianyan, Xianyuancheng, that's right, you're already dead. Hurry up and lie down. Lu Qianhuan's heart was weak, and she was scared witless by the bald man's mysterious resurrection technique. At this moment, a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded in the sky. You're already dead. Please bring the sky wheel flying boat back. The bald man slapped his forehead as he came to a sudden realization. He looked at Enlin and the others with a complex expression. Then he ran over to the silver flying object, opened the cabin door and jumped in. Enlin and the others. Then, under everyone's gaze, the silver ring flying object soared into the sky and flew into the crack in the sky. Sigh! What a series of twists and turns. Xianyuancheng's legs gave out as he collapsed onto the ground. He felt like he was suffering from a nervous breakdown from all of these twists and turns. And Lin lay on the ground like a dead fish, and he didn't want to move at all. Then he felt his old waist being poked by someone. He turned around to find Lu Qianhuan pointing a finger in a certain direction while winking at him incessantly. And Lin looked over to where Battle Emperor Tiandao was fighting. What is it? He didn't understand Lu Qianhuan's intentions. Hey, are you a man or not? Can't you focus on the main point? Lu Qianhuan glared at Enlin. Men, the main point? And Lin blinked as he looked toward the peerlessly beautiful and domineering battle goddess Baiqiong. Battle goddess Baiqiong lived up to her reputation as the most powerful being on the Zhanqi continent. Even though battle god Tian Dao had the black biological armor to enhance his battle prowess, she was still able to continuously grind him into the ground. However, this was not the main point. The important thing was that battle goddess Baiqiong was currently in her human form, and her green imperial robe resembled a qipao. Not only did it accentuate her perfect figure, but it also had a high slit. As her imperial robe fluttered in the wind during battle, her long, slender, and supple legs could be seen, and Lin swallowed. He was currently lying on the ground while Battle Goddess Bai Cheong and Battle God Tian Dao were battling in the sky. This way he could see everything from the sky. He looked at Lu Qianhuan gratefully. Lu Qianhuan nodded with a gratified expression. Sometimes it's important to have a pair of eyes that are good at spotting beauty. She pulled out her phone and started playing with it as she spoke. Su Qianyan walked over to Enlin and the others to protect them from the shock waves of the battle in the distance. She was the one with the least injuries among the four of them, but even so, her entire body still felt like it was about to fall apart. Every movement she made caused her to grit her teeth in pain. The battle was coming to an end, and the situation was starting to become clear. Battle God Jinhong was far too powerful. Even with the addition of Su Xiaolan, he still held a clear advantage. Furthermore, if it weren't for the fact that Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 fought with all their might, Huguan and Yao Mingxi would have most likely been buried in the ground already. After that, Battle God Ziyang joined the battle and began to turn the tables. Battle God Zhenhong fell into a disadvantageous position. This was the first time Enlin had seen Battle God Ziyang fight seriously. One earth-shattering flame technique after another was unleashed from his hands in an extremely domineering manner. It had to be said, this battle had successfully reversed his image as a battle god. Boom! A green divine sword fell and sliced Battle God Tiandao's armor and body in half. Battle God Tiandao's aura dissipated, and his body disappeared into specks of golden light. Battle Goddess Bai Cheong elegantly sheathed her sword and glanced in Enlin's direction with a seemingly unintentional expression. Enlin immediately turned his gaze toward Su Xiaolan with a sincere and solemn expression. However, he was still sighing in his heart. Why didn't Battle Goddess Bai Cheong last a little longer? At this moment, Battle God Jinhong was already showing signs of being defeated. After he dodged Yao Mingxi's sword strike, the two Gundams had already unleashed a powerful force field trapping formation at the same time. The powerful trapping formation caused Battle God Jinhong's movements to falter momentarily. If he faltered in the middle of a group battle, then he would have to face a torrential barrage of attacks. Hu Guan's sunrise wind fist flew toward him. Su Xiaolan's sword slashed out a golden arc, and Battle God Ziyang's true flames of judgment descended from the sky. At this moment, the sky was once again illuminated by the explosions of spell techniques. Enlin looked at the black figure falling from the sky, as well as Su Xiaolan and the others who were still chasing after him. He knew that the outcome had been decided and that Battle God Jinhong wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. In less than 15 minutes, Battle God Jinhong's heart was punctured by Ziyang's crimson spear of true flames, and his head was severed by Su Xiaolan's flying lightning slash. Congratulations, Realm Guardian Trial. Purple Star chapter has been successfully completed. A voice sounded from the sky, indicating that Enlin and the others had finally completed the trial. Everyone's heart jolted upon hearing the words, Purple Star. No wonder there were these spaceships and suits of armor. They were representatives of the Purple Star civilization. That made sense. But how could they be enemies of the 10 Realm Guardian tribes? A projection was projected down from the sky, and everyone's contribution points for this trial were displayed. Enlin, 18,500 points. Lu Qianhuan, 12,200 points. Su Qianyan, 9,000 points. Su Xiaolan, 8,300 points. Xianyuan Cheng, 7,200 points. Yao Mingxi, 1,100 points. Hu Guan, 900 points. Tian Lingling, 100 points. White Spirit Snake, 0 points. Tang Shimin, 0 points. Enlin had initially thought that Su Qianyan would have the highest score after killing her. Who would have thought that she would only be ranked 3rd while he was ranked 1st? It looked like this judge was quite fair. Tian Lingling was extremely excited upon seeing the score. She had only thrown a few talismans at Battle God Jinhong, and she had only mustered up the courage to join in the fun when Battle God Jinhong was on the brink of death. Who would have thought that she would get 100 points like that? What a pleasant surprise! Seeing that white spirit snake had gotten a 0, the little green snake rubbed her little head against her arm in consolation. I'm fine, little Ching. I'm not in last place anyway. There's still someone to accompany me. White spirit snake glanced at Tang Shimin and patted her little head with a reassuring expression. Tang Shimin felt like he had been stabbed in the heart again. How the F***CK could he get stabbed even though he was lying down? A child's words carried no harm. Another spatial gate opened up, and the white clouds converged to form a staircase, as if it were a path to the heavens. All of the team members looked up at the gate with anxiety and anticipation in their hearts. The final segment was finally here. Chapter 354. All of the team members rested on the spot and prepared to advance to the final spatial gate after they had recovered. Within a certain dark space, a black-haired woman sat on a chair with her snake tail coiled around her body. She looked at Enlin and the others with a smile on her face. The bald man stood beside her with a respectful expression. After the seal on his body was lifted, the horrifying wounds on his body healed automatically by relying on his powerful self-healing ability. Even though he still had quite a few internal injuries, they didn't pose much of a hindrance to his movements. What a bunch of powerful people. None of the trial takers from the Celestial Court are ordinary. Black Spirit Snake had already watched the entire battle, and she was even the one who judged the battle contribution points. Hence, she was very generous in her praise of all of the team members. If we didn't beat them up during the trial, we wouldn't have been able to gauge their strength. It looks like such outstanding team members are worthy of Celestial Immortal Shou Yang's inheritance. Black Spirit Snake continued. The bald man nodded. Their aptitude, cultivation methods, willpower, and Tao are all top-notch, especially those 5. If we hadn't fought them head-on, I wouldn't have believed that they would be able to unleash such power. Black Spirit Snake chuckled lightly. An exceptional sword immortal candidate with the ancient sword Tao physique, a true disciple of the Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi, an extraordinary woman with the combined bloodlines of the dragon and phoenix, a Moon Palace disciple with the true Yin physique, and a man with hacks. It's only reasonable that they were able to defeat you. The bald man's heart jolted upon hearing this. He didn't think that Black Spirit Snake would know these 5 people so well. But what did she mean by a man with hacks? He thought back to the terrifying Endless Night sword techniques that Enlin had unleashed upon him with a black aura emanating from his body. Now he felt like Enlin really was using hacks. He couldn't afford to mess with him. Shoyan has worked with us for a while now, so let's complete this final step. Black Spirit Snake's fingers quickly moved across the screen, and one treasure after another, as well as cultivation methods, techniques, and other inheritances, were transferred to a certain space. The bald man looked at the treasures and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with envy. 1 hour later, all the team members had finished resting. As for those who were more seriously injured, they were naturally lying down. Xianyuan Cheng took out a carpet magic treasure. It was soft and warm. It was very comfortable and could accommodate many people. Tang Shimin burst into tears upon seeing this. Damn it! Why didn't they take out such a good thing before? Don't you know that it's very hard and uncomfortable to lie on Enlin's black brick? Thus, the paralyzed trio, Enlin, Lu Qianhuan, and Tang Shimin, lay down on the soft flying carpet with blissful expressions. Even the severely injured Su Qianyun and Xianyuan Cheng decided to lie down on the flying carpet. He had no choice. His injuries were too severe. He really didn't want to move. Su Xiaolan, Hu Guan, and Yao Mingxi were only lightly injured, so they didn't have that thought. And Lin couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. They had suffered heavy casualties during this trial. Aside from the 2 salted fish, there were 5 severely injured and 3 lightly injured. If it weren't for the fact that they fought with their lives on the line, perhaps their entire team would have been wiped out. The flying carpet carried the 5 of them slowly toward the spatial gate. And Lin was thinking that if he didn't obtain some good treasures this time, then it would be a waste of everyone's efforts. After passing through a vast expanse of white, a circular white sacrificial altar appeared before everyone's eyes. A 30 feet tall statue of a man stood at the center of the sacrificial altar. This man had a solemn expression, and he held the juk sword in his hand. He looked into the distance with a resolute expression, and Lin immediately knew who this man was after seeing this statue. This was celestial immortal Shouyang. He looked around in search of something, but there was nothing around him. He was a little disappointed. Right at this moment, another screen of light descended from the sky. This screen displayed everyone's scores. And Lin, 33,100 points. Xianyuan Cheng, 15,400 points. Lu Qianhuan, 14,800 points. Su Qianyin, 12,450 points. Su Xiaolan, 12,430 points. Yao Mingxi, 2,720 points. Hu Guan, 2,150 points. Tian Lingling, 220 points. White Spirit Snake, 130 points. Tang Shimin, 0 points. This was clearly the total score of the 3 Realm Guardian trials combined, and Lin was elated upon seeing his highest score. Everyone else didn't have much of a reaction upon seeing their scores. It was more or less what they had expected. Only Tang Shimin felt a little depressed. He suddenly felt like he was too old to eat anymore. Moments later, a second screen of light descended from the sky. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this screen of light. There were all types of treasures, cultivation methods, and inheritances displayed on the screen. There were also corresponding points and contribution points, which were clearly the requirements for exchange. There was also a note at the bottom right corner. Each item can only be exchanged once. First come, first served. When the team members saw the items on the screen, their breathing became rapid. There were many treasures, and there were even 2 immortal tools. Heavenly Ice Silkworm, Holy Robe, Elementary Rank Immortal Tool. It was crafted from the divine silk of the Heavenly Ice Silkworm that spins once every 10,000 years. The robe can fuse with the wearer's skin and activate an extremely powerful defensive effect in the face of a lethal attack. Required 14,000 contribution points. Immortal Sealing Gloves, Elementary Rank Immortal Tool. It was crafted from the holy heavenly crystal of the Holy Paradise. It can enhance the wearer's power upon wearing it. Furthermore, it can store energy within the glove for a one-time burst. It can also unleash an immortal sealing spell technique unique to the glove. Required 15,000 contribution points. And Lin had to admit that he was really tempted by these 2 items. Even though he had a pinnacle immortal tool, the evil-slaying sword, and a useless immortal tool, the realm-piercing nail, who would complain about having too many immortal tools. The more, the better. He had enough contribution points to buy both of these immortal tools. With this in mind, he couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Xianyuan Cheng and Lu Qianhuan. Xianyuan Cheng had 15,400 contribution points, while Lu Qianhuan had 14870. Only the 2 of them had enough contribution points to exchange for immortal tools. Lu Qianhuan's attention was not on the immortal tools. Instead, she had her eyes locked onto Celestial Immortal Shouyang's trump card mystic technique, the Mist Immortal Technique. After mastering the Mist Immortal Technique, one's body can transform into clouds and mist and travel for over 500 kilometers. It can also be used in battle as well as in both offense and defense. This was Celestial Immortal Shouyang's exclusive mystic technique. Required 13,000 contribution points. All of the other team members also found their own treasures. The amount of contribution points needed to exchange for a spiritual weapon was 500 to 6,000 points. There were spirit pills and immortal pills. Spirit pills could be exchanged for 20 to 700 contribution points. There were 5 immortal pills, all of which were worth at least 1,000 contribution points. What was worth mentioning was that they could be exchanged for spirit stones. 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 200 spirit stones. Based on this ratio, Lin could exchange for over 6 million spirit stones. He would become rich overnight. Tian Lingling, who lived on Earth, was completely rooted to the spot at the site of so many spirit stones. She counted on her fingers. If she exchanged all of her 220 contribution points for spirit stones, she would have 44,000 spirit stones. Holy **T. So many. Tian Lingling stood, rooted to the spot, drooling. There was only a total of 7 million spirit stones available, so there was no need to worry about someone taking all of them. Everyone was immersed in the dazzling array of treasures, and all of them were smiling foolishly. And Lin wasn't in a hurry to buy anything. He flipped through the items one by one. Soon he saw something, and his eyes widened as his breathing accelerated. Heart of the Divine God. Celestial Immortal Shouyang's inherited divine-level mental projection. 1 chance to come into contact with it. 8,000 contribution points per attempt. If it accepts you as its master, you will receive an additional Divine God's elixir. Chapter 355. And Lin stared at the item on the projection with excitement welling up in his heart. The heart of the Divine God and the Divine God's elixir. He had chosen to come to the Shouyang tomb for these 2 items, and he didn't think that they would actually exist here. If he could gather all of them, he would be able to progress to the soul formation stage. Wow, it's the heart of the Divine God. Su Xiaolan also let loose a cry of surprise upon seeing the item on the projection, and Lin was a little flustered upon hearing this. Xiaolan, do you want the heart of the Divine God as well? Su Xiaolan chuckled with her hand over her mouth. That's the heart of the Divine God we're talking about. Not only is it extremely beneficial to one's cultivation method, cultivation base, and true intent, it can also greatly enhance the power of one's consciousness. Who wouldn't want something like that? Well, and Lin was just thinking about how he was going to broach the subject with Su Xiaolan upon hearing this. To his surprise, Su Xiaolan suddenly changed the subject. However, I heard that it's very difficult to make the heart of the Divine God acknowledge you as its owner, and it'll have to depend on fate. It's 8,000 contribution points. I'd be very distressed if I lost them all. I don't want to take that risk. And Lin's mouth gaped open, but he was finally able to relax a little at the sight of the serious expression on Su Xiaolan's face. Su Xiaolan had also noticed in Lin's expression, and a smile appeared on her face. Why, you're interested in the heart of the Divine God as well. And Lin nodded. That's right, I'm going to give it a try. Sai, it's so nice to have so much money. I can spend it as I please. Unlike me, I'm still struggling to decide what to buy. Su Xiaolan waved a hand before continuing to choose what she liked. And Lin had come here for the heart of the Divine God, so it was naturally his top priority. He immediately used his 8,000 contribution points to exchange for an opportunity to interact with the heart of the Divine God. After making the exchange, a jade talisman suddenly fell from the sky and landed in Lin's hand. At the same time, the ground suddenly tremored, and an underground entrance appeared beside the statue of Celestial Immortal Shouyang, upon which a restrictive light barrier appeared. This change alarmed everyone. Student and Lin, you're going to try and obtain the heart of the Divine God. Xianyuan Cheng exclaimed. As expected of Big Brother In. How daring! Yao Mingxi exclaimed as he stared at Lin with a fanatical expression. Su Xiaolan looked at the restriction at the entrance of the passageway with furrowed brows, and a concerned expression appeared on her face as she asked, Is the heart of the Divine God inside the passageway? This restriction prevents outsiders from entering. Will you be in danger? And Lin also noticed this situation, and there was a more realistic problem. He was now in a state of near paralysis, unable to move freely. Who could help carry him in? He glanced at Xin Yuancheng. Big brother Cheng. Before Lin could finish, Xin Yuancheng nodded and said, I understand. Soon after, Lin saw a part of the big flying carpet suddenly split off and flew Lin toward the entrance of the underground tunnel. Splat! The flying carpet crashed into the restriction and was flattened. Meanwhile, Lin was able to pass through the restriction due to inertia and tumbled onto the ground. Ow! It hurt so much. Not only was he completely exhausted, but all of his muscles, bones, and meridians had also been severely injured. Now that he had tumbled onto the ground, he was in excruciating pain. Student Lin, are you all right? I can't control the flying carpet to enter the restriction with my intent. Xian Yuancheng's urgent voice sounded from outside. I'm fine. I can rely on myself from now on, don't worry. And Lin replied in a loud voice. Even though that was what he said, he knew that this was not going to be an easy task. And Lin was struck by a sense of suffocation and despair as he looked down at the winding staircase and the flashing flames within the passageway. F***CK, couldn't they just release the heart of the divine God in a simpler way? The problem was, how was he supposed to go down? He couldn't use any spell techniques, and he couldn't even stand. He couldn't go down on his own, so he had to rely on external forces. As he looked down the staircase, he suddenly thought of using gravity. Could it be that he had to roll down? And Lin's lips twitched. If he really did roll down using gravity, he would probably be rolling to his death by the time he reached the bottom, right? Wait, external forces. Holy F***CK, I have Gundams. And Lin came to a sudden realization. He only had to issue a command to control the 2 Gundams with his intent. So this was a piece of cake for him. Thus, Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 were released from his storage ring. They then carried their master in an extremely gentle manner before making their way toward the end of the passageway. And Lin was propped up by the Gundams on his left and right and supported by his back, making him look like a master as he slowly made his way forward. After a short while, he arrived at the end of the passageway, where there was a spacious stone chamber. At the center of the chamber was a white jade coffin, and there were a few stone pillars with mysterious symbols carved onto them. What excited him the most was that there was a ball of pure white light hovering directly above the coffin. There was a ring of white water flowing around the coffin, the heart of the divine God and the divine God's elixir. And Lin's breathing accelerated as he stared at the scene before him in a daze. Right at this moment, the ball of white light flew toward Lin of its own volition. Immediately following, which a scintillating light erupted, and Lin felt a burst of white light enshroud his entire body, and his consciousness was transported to an unfamiliar space. This was a vast expanse of land with no end in sight. The sky was murky gray, the ground was black, and the space was deathly still. There were no signs of life in this place. Aside from the sky and the earth, there was nothing else. And Lin continued to traverse this vast expanse of land. He didn't know how to get out of this place, and the only thing he could do was to continue onward, hoping to see something different. After walking for what seemed like an eternity, 1 year, 2 years, 100 years, he felt very lonely. In this place, he felt that being alive was no different from being dead. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Do you desire life? Do you want companionship? Life? Companionship? Without any hesitation, he made his choice. Just like that, a very beautiful baby boy appeared before him, bawling loudly, and Lin was stunned. Then his entire body trembled as he picked up the baby. For some reason, he suddenly felt like he had someone to rely on. This baby didn't drink milk, and he was photosynthesizing. After that, there was a long period of companionship. This baby boy slowly grew up, and he learned to speak, learned to read, and learned many other things from Lin. Big brother, and you're so awesome. When can I be as awesome as you? You want to be as awesome as me? Hee hee, that's impossible. I'm invincible, and you can only be the second best in the world. Why? Because you were created by me. Another long period of time passed. The boy gradually grew up, and he also became more and more powerful. And Lin walked along with him, and his heart was pierced by a black sword blade. He was then greeted by the sight of the boy's sinister, yet triumphant smile. Hee, big brotherin, I've thought about it. If I can devour your power and take everything from you, wouldn't I be as powerful as you? No, I'll be even more powerful than you. The boy looked at Enlin with excitement on his face, and his body trembled with excitement. At this moment, another option appeared in Enlin's mind. A. Kill him. B. Forgive him. Chapter 356. Enlin was rooted to the spot as he stared at the sinister grin on the boy's face. He didn't think that the life he had created, the boy who had always been by his side, would stab a long sword into his heart and try to steal everything from him. His heart ached with pain. He was no saint, so how could he endure something like this? Hence, when Enlin saw the two options, he immediately chose option A, kill him. And Lin's body slowly disappeared as he looked at the boy with a cold expression. Ah, big brother, why did you disappear? The boy was also rooted to the spot upon seeing this. He hadn't even begun to absorb the power, and he hadn't even let Big Brother and witness his growth. So why had he suddenly disappeared thus? The boy was the only one left in this vast expanse of heaven and earth. He looked around to find that there was nothing around him. There was only a boundless expanse of black earth and a vast, murky gray sky. The boy stared at the long sword in his hand as his arms trembled uncontrollably. No one spoke to him anymore, and no one taught him anything. The boy suddenly felt as if he had lost his goal and direction. He had been abandoned by Big Brother or perhaps it was because he had abandoned Big Brother first. Did he regret it? The boy looked up at the sky with tears welling up in his eyes, and he was unable to take another step forward. And Lin looked down at the tearful boy from above, and he watched as the boy sat down on the ground, completely at a loss for what to do. After a long while, loneliness and despair enshrouded the boy. The boy gradually became deranged, and his emotions became unstable. The vital energy within his body was rioting, and his blood turned black. His eyes became crimson, and layers of armor began to form on his skin. He began to transform into the animal that Big Brother had described. His body twisted, and a series of tiny legs sprayed out from his body. His body rapidly swelled, and he transformed into a spider. Not long after that, he transformed into a huge black tiger again, and he began to gallop madly across the land. He transformed into a falcon, and he flew into the murky gray sky, trying to break free from something, trying to prove something. In the end, he fell to the ground in exhaustion. He fell to his death. There was no release even after death. Grief, pain, despair, violence, and distortion. He became a being imbued with boundless negative emotions. His twisted, inky black body wandered over the boundless earth. And Lin's heart trembled when he saw this. It was as if something had finally shed its disguise. As his emotions surged, he felt dizzy. The next moment, he appeared in a room with simple decorations. Some kind of event was being held here, and it was very lively. And Lin was currently lying on a couch with a content expression on his face. He raised his head and looked out the window. It was snowing heavily, and a thick layer of snow covered the ground. In the fireplace in the room, the firewood crackled and burned, enveloping the room in a warm halo. An oval-shaped blue ghost with a pair of white eyes floated to Enlin's side. It carefully poured a pot of hot tea and brought the teacup to Enlin. And Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip with a smile on his face. His eyes narrowed in happiness. There were golden flaming birds and turtles playing in the clouds. There were short stones staring blankly into space. There were also white humanoid creatures decorating a beautiful tree. A small fish and a small dragon were arguing about something. Only a small black man was the most reliable. He was showing off his skills in the kitchen preparing for tonight's banquet. A little girl with black wings on her back ran over to Enlin and hugged Enlin's calf as she complained, "Big brother Enlin, the little colorful snake is shameless. She clearly lost a bead to me, but she still hasn't given it to me." And Lin looked at the little girl with her hands on her hips and a reluctant expression on her face. He was also in a dilemma. The little girl pouted aggrievedly, and tears welled up in her big, bright eyes. Clearly, she had bet too much and couldn't bear to part with that good thing. Just as Enlin was scratching his head, there was a knock on the door. He stood up from the couch, opened the door, and was stunned. A little boy was sobbing outside the door, hugging a black longsword. His clothes were tattered, and his nose, cheeks, arms, and feet were red from the extreme cold. There were specks of snow on his messy hair. "Big brother Enlin, I was wrong. I was really wrong." Tears flowed relentlessly from the little boy's eyes, and his body had stiffened to the point where he forgot to tremble. Only his clear eyes were filled with boundless remorse and fear. And Lin naturally knew this boy. He was the one who had created this boy, and it was this boy who had stabbed him in the end. "Big brother Enlin, please forgive me. I'll never do that kind of thing again." The boy knelt in the snow and begged bitterly, and Lin could tell that the boy's grief and remorse couldn't be faked. But should he forgive him just because he admitted his mistake? In the room, the sound of playing did not stop, and the fire in the fireplace was burning. Everything was so warm and beautiful, it was like a paradise. Outside the room, the merciless cold wind kept howling, and all he could see was the gray sky and the endless snow. Everything was so lonely and hopeless. There was no place for him to go. And Lin stood at the door, as if he was at the border of two worlds, and he was faced with a choice. This boy, should he accept him or abandon him? Speaking from the bottom of his heart, and Lin really liked this boy. The two of them had been together for a long time. At that time, the boy was so cute, so pure, like a pure land of infinite hope, containing countless possibilities. But because he liked him so much, when he faced the boy's betrayal, his heart hurt so much. The boy's head was already lowered, and he hugged his only black sword. He knelt in the bone-chilling snow, and his body curled up like a hedgehog. And Lin didn't move, and the boy didn't move either. The goose feather-like snowflakes continued to fall, covering the boy's head and covering his thin and frail body. The door didn't close, after an indeterminate amount of time, and Lin didn't know what kind of emotion he was feeling, but he walked out of the door and slowly extended a hand toward the boy's head, pushing the snow away from his body before hugging him tightly. Cold and warmth intertwined in that instant within a vast expanse of chaos and darkness, and Lin felt as if he had just woken up from a very long dream. And when he woke up, there were tear stains on his face. He wiped the tears from his face before looking around with a confused expression at the stone walls, stone pillars, coffins. Oh, that's right. I was touching the heart of the divine God. Thank God there was no one around. Otherwise, it would be far too embarrassing if a man like him were to be seen crying. He couldn't understand why he would have such a strange dream after touching the heart of the divine God. What did that dream represent? What did those choices represent? And Lin's heart became extremely heavy at the thought of that boy. He had a guess in his heart, but he really didn't want to think in that direction. Right at this moment, the white ball of light and the white river suddenly began to move. They rushed into his body at the same time and began to fuse together. Chapter 357. The heart of the divine God and divine God's elixir suddenly threw themselves into his arms, and Enlin's mind went blank again. His Dantian's Qi had actually doubled after being infused with the deity's water. One had to know that his Dantian's sea of Qi no longer had any expansion effect when he meditated and breathed in and out the heaven and earth essence Qi. But now, because of the impact of the deity-level energy body, it was able to double in size. What kind of terrifying power was this? The divine God's heart fused with Enlin's heart, and under the effect of the divine level mental projection, his divine soul's power skyrocketed. Whether it was the purity of his soul or the size of his soul, Both had been enhanced by more than 30%. The most direct effect that the strengthening of the divine soul brought to Enlin was that his perception of the surrounding environment had become much more sensitive. Everything around him had become exceptionally clear. At the same time, the Mist Immortal art and the Shou-Yang True Dragon art, the two most important legacies of Shou-Yang Celestial Immortal, began to flow into Enlin's mind. Cultivation method, Circulation Heart Sutra, true meaning, concept comprehension. When Enlin opened his eyes again, he was grinning from ear to ear. The ecstasy in his heart could not be concealed. This time he had profited greatly. Qi-Si, Divine Soul Cultivation Technique. He had profited in every way. The Mist Immortal art was a secret art unique to Celestial Immortal Shou-Yang. If one wanted to purchase it in the outside world, they would have to pay 13,000 contribution points. The Shou-Yang True Dragon art allowed one to borrow the power of the sun, allowing one to burst forth with immense strength for a short period of time. It cost 9,000 contribution points to exchange for it outside. These were all magical techniques that had been inscribed in Celestial Immortal Shou-Yang's heart of the Heavenly God, and they were no different from the inheritances outside. Therefore, he spent 8,000 points to get so many things. It was really a profit. He had already finished absorbing the heart of the Divine God and the Divine God's elixir. Now, all he had to do was consume the reincarnation ginseng that had given birth to a god, and he would be able to advance to the soul formation stage. And Lin thought for a long time, but still suppressed that impulse. He still had an important matter to attend to, and it wouldn't be too late for him to advance to the soul formation stage after that. He bowed with great difficulty toward Celestial Immortal Shou-Yang, who was lying in the coffin, and then commanded Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 to carry him out of the underground tomb. And Lin passed through the light screen of the underground tunnel and reappeared outside. Seeing that his team members were still excitedly buying all kinds of things, he let out a sigh of relief. The dream he had before was too strange. It was a very long dream. He was afraid that by the time he came out, decades or even centuries had passed in the outside world. If that was the case, how could he still play? And Lin, did you succeed? As soon as Enlin came out, a group of team members curiously gathered around and asked about the results. And Lin smiled faintly. When I went in, I never thought that I would fail. Wow, cool. So you've already absorbed the heart of the Divine God and the Divine God's elixir? Lu Qianhuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Naturally. I also obtained the Mist Immortal technique and the Shou-Yang True Dragon art, and Lin said smugly. He wouldn't hide such things from his friends. After all, he still had to act tough. Sure enough, Lu Qianhuan almost jumped off her flying carpet upon hearing this. Holy F *CK. I spent 13,000 contribution points on the Mist Immortal technique, and you have it as well. Her cherry lips gaped open slightly as she stared at Enlin with a mixture of shock and jealousy in her eyes. And Lin waved a hand with a nonchalant expression. It's nothing, it's nothing. These are all unexpected surprises, so I don't really care. Lu Qianhuan wanted to beat someone up upon hearing this. Su Qianyin also pouted with an aggrieved expression. I spent most of my contribution points on the Shou-Yang True Dragon art, and I thought it was the only one. I didn't think that classmate Enlin would also have it. Big brother, and you're the best. I knew you could do it. Yao Mingxi and Huguan yelled excitedly. All of the team members turned to look at Enlin with envy in their eyes. This was the gaze of someone who had won in life. After bragging for a while, Enlin turned his attention back to the projection of the items he could exchange for. The elementary rank immortal tool, the immortal sealing gloves, had already been purchased by Big Brother Chung for 15,000 contribution points, and the remaining 400 points had all been exchanged for spirit pills. As for the elementary rank immortal tool, the heavenly ice silk robe, no one had bought it yet, mainly because no one could afford it anymore. And Lin purchased this elementary rank immortal tool, the heavenly ice silk robe, in order to further develop the Shouyang Celestial Immortals inheritance. After spending 14,000 contribution points, a light blue transparent robe appeared in Enlin's hands. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, and it was imbued with a hint of coldness. Enlin immediately asked the two Gundams to help him put on this protective immortal tool. The heavenly ice silk robe quickly melted into his skin after sticking close to his body. Ah, this feels good. Enlin felt a sense of comfort wash over his entire body. Not only could this robe protect him during critical moments, but it could also nourish his body during normal times. Right now, Enlin only had 11,100 contribution points left, so he could still buy a lot of good stuff. As for the cultivation methods, they had pretty much all been bought by his teammates. The 5 immortal pills that he had were all snapped up by Su Xiaolan, and she even gave Enlin a green soul immortal pill that could be used to heal physical injuries. This woman was extremely calculative with her contribution points, but she was extremely generous to Enlin, and Enlin was extremely touched. Enlin swallowed the green soul immortal pill that Su Xiaolan had given him. Under the effects of the evergreen technique, the pill's power was absorbed at a high rate, and it quickly healed his meridians and bones that had been damaged during the battle. At this rate, his body would probably be completely healed in 2 days. Enlin also wanted to give something back to Su Xiaolan, but after looking through the remaining items, none of them satisfied him. He was even struck by the urge to exchange his contribution points for spirit stones. Tian Lingling and White Spirit Snake had already exchanged their contribution points for spirit stones. Tian Lingling was currently holding over 40,000 spirit stones in her arms, and she was smiling foolishly off to the side. Those who didn't know better would think that she was an idiot at first glance. Just as everyone was enthusiastically selecting treasures, there was only one place that was cold. Tang Shimin lay silently on the blanket, and for some reason he felt a lump in his throat as he watched others brandish their newly exchanged magic treasures, practice their newly exchanged cultivation methods, and smile foolishly as they held spirit stones in their arms. The blanket clearly had the effect of maintaining a constant temperature. So why did he still feel a little cold? At this moment, the big boss's blanket was no longer able to warm his heart. Enlin also noticed the pitiful senior student Tang lying on the blanket. As the team leader, he felt like he had a duty to help this team member who was in a difficult situation. Senior student Tang, I still have over 10,000 contribution points here. Is there anything that you want? I can buy it for you, Enlin asked with a concerned expression as he was carried by the 2 Gundams to Tang Shimin. Tang Shimin shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, classmate Enlin, but I don't need any of these things. Thus, the short conversation between the biggest winner in life and the biggest loser in life came to an end. Enlin spent 5,000 contribution points to exchange for a pinnacle spirit tool, the Chaotic Sky-Crushing Claws. The Chaotic Sky-Crushing Claws had the appearance of a blue, knife-like claw glove. Its name was very flashy, and it was made of very sharp material. It was also very effective against metal-type and wind-type spell techniques. This was the present that Enlin had decided to buy for Dubai. After all, he had ridden on Dubai for so long, so he had to pay him a service fee. He exchanged all of his remaining 600 and 100 contribution points for spirit stones in one go. Thus, he gained over 1,200,000 spirit stones. In addition to the inventory in his storage ring, he had close to 6 million spirit stones in total, which was quite a huge sum. Enlin put away the spirit stones and donned his immortal tool armor before lying down on the flying carpet and basking in the sun. The flying carpet was very warm, very comfortable, and everything was so beautiful. Chapter 358. After a while, the time for exchanging treasures ended, and all of the team members had exchanged for treasures that they were satisfied with. Most of the good stuff on the projection screen had been exchanged. When it sensed that everyone had no more contribution points left, it automatically dissipated. Immediately afterward, a spatial passageway appeared on the white altar like a curtain of water. Everyone has obtained a lot of treasures in the tomb. Now it's time to return home. And Lin spoke with a joyful expression. Everyone's faces were brimming with joyful smiles as they passed through the spatial passageway. The space around them fluctuated like a dream. As Lin's consciousness blurred, he seemed to see a swordsman carrying a heavy burden forward in the darkness. The swordsman fought relentlessly like an invincible god of war. However, he would also weep at the sight of the twisted, demonic creatures that fell to the ground. He fought his entire life, defended his entire life, and searched his entire life. Finally, he looked up at the rising sun and slowly closed his eyes. When Lin regained consciousness, he had already reappeared in the center of the heavenly lake. A light breeze blew past, and the lake rippled with the afterglow of the setting sun. All of the team members also appeared on the heavenly lake. Their expressions were a little unnatural, and they had clearly seen something. Battle God Ziyang's eyes suddenly rolled into the back of his head, and he frothed at the mouth before falling into the lake. "Senior Ziyang!" And Lin cried out involuntarily in fright. Hu Guan immediately dove into the lake and scooped Battle God Ziyang out of the water. Everyone arrived at the edge of the heavenly lake and placed Battle God Ziyang on the ground. "What's wrong with Senior Ziyang?" Su Qianyan was a little perplexed. "There's no battle chi here. He's probably not acclimatized to the environment." The little green snake wrapped around White Spirit Snake's arm looked at Battle God Ziyang as it spoke in an indifferent voice. And Lin and the others only came to their senses now. Battle God Ziyang hadn't even started cultivating. "Huh. Then why are you fine, Senior?" Yao Mingxi asked. "Hee, I've already started dual cultivation." The little green snake transformed into a beautiful woman in green clothes. She sat cross-legged on the ground with her fair and translucent feet bare, and Lin's face flushed with excitement upon hearing Bai Qiong's words. "Don't disturb me. I need to condense a demon core first." Battle Goddess Bai Qiong closed her eyes and made a hand seal. "There's no interference from battle chi here, so I can focus on advancing." In a split second, a huge vortex of vital energy descended from the sky and poured into her body. Everyone was amazed when they saw this. He advanced just like that, truly domineering. Everyone turned to look at Battle God Ziyang to find that he was still convulsing on the ground. They couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. Sigh, so miserable. Speaking of which, Senior Ziyang should be considered an ordinary person now, right? Will he drown? Hu Guan was a little worried. "Why don't Junior Hu give him CPR?" And Lin suggested with a chuckle. Hu Guan pretended not to hear it and turned his gaze elsewhere, admiring the sunset. Senior Ziyang has the body of a battle emperor. Even if he can't use battle chi, his life force is still there, so this won't be a problem for him. Xian Yuan Cheng wasn't worried in the slightest. Although Battle God Ziyang looked extremely wretched, he definitely wouldn't die. "Ah, Senior Ziyang is vomiting blood." Shock flashed past Su Xiaolan's eyes, and she pointed at the convulsing male who was spitting blood. "Xian Yuan Cheng, all the team members, I feel like Senior Ziyang is done for." And Lin grimaced as he looked at Battle God Ziyang. As if in response to Lin's words, Battle God Ziyang's eyes suddenly widened, and his eyes became bloodshot. Then his convulsing body stiffened. Afterward, his legs gave way, and his body slowly slumped to the ground. Then he peacefully closed his eyes. It was like the calm after the climax of a party, or the deathly stillness after the final radiance of the setting sun. All the team members, Tian Lingling and White Spirit Snake's eyes were already red. It was as if they were watching a friend depart forever. Their grief was so intense that it was completely uncontrollable. "What should we do now?" And Lin was a little confused. Senior Ziyang is a life form with a different energy system from us. If we rashly use immortal spells to help him, it will cause his meridians to reject him. Xian Yuancheng also had a look of distress and exasperation. Lu Qinhuan's long eyelashes blinked, and her purple eyes suddenly lit up. We can use physical therapy. For example, cardiopulmonary resuscitation or electrocuting the heart. And Lin thought about this seriously. This we can try, but we're afraid that we won't be able to control our strength well. Tian Lingling, you're weak, so you'll be responsible for electrocuting Senior Ziyang. Huh? I'll do it? Tian Lingling was shocked. She looked at all the team members with her big, round eyes and found that all of them were looking at her with trust and encouragement. All right, I'll give it a try. She took a deep breath and silently recited a spell. Lightning gathered in her palm, and she directed it toward the sky. Immortal eagle spread lightning. Heed my command. Vanquish the demon and defend the Tao. She stamped her foot lightly on the ground, and white lightning fell from the sky. Battle God Ziyang was still in a daze, but he finally managed to catch his breath and regain consciousness. He breathed in the earth's air with great difficulty and tried to open his eyes. However, he discovered that lightning had suddenly fallen from the sky. The target seems to be me? Boom! The white lightning struck him, and his entire body spasmed. He felt numb and pain all over. His vision went black, and he fainted again. Ah! I think I just saw Battle God Ziyang open his eyes. Tian Lingling exclaimed excitedly, Is that so? And Lin walked over and felt Battle God Ziyang's heart. He discovered that there was actually a faint heartbeat. His heart is beating. Tian Lingling, your lightning is indeed effective. Well done. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief and praised her with a smile. Tian Lingling scratched her head sheepishly. How about I do it a few more times? Do it a few more times. And Lin nodded with a smile. Boom, boom, boom. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong opened her eyes and took a deep breath. There was a satisfied smile on her face. She had successfully broken through. She had successfully materialized a spirit core and advanced to the spirit nurturing stage. She felt a wave of happiness wash over her as she sensed the abundant, vital energy between heaven and earth. After a few more days of preparation, I'll break through to the spirit nurturing intermediate stage. Bai Qiong instinctively looked for White Spirit Snake. However, she discovered that White Spirit Snake and her team members were huddled together and discussing something intensely. I think we should strike him again. Don't strike him anymore. Mr. Ziyang has only fainted temporarily. There's no point in striking him again. But his heartbeat is still very weak. If we don't do anything, will his heartbeat suddenly stop? Then we'll strike him again after his heartbeat stops. Wait, in this situation, let me strike him first. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong passed through the crowd and drew a sharp intake of breath when she saw Battle God Ziyang lying on the ground. Battle God Ziyang's appearance was so tragic. He lay on the ground, dripping wet. There was dried blood at the corners of his mouth and on the ground. His hair was curled and charred, and the clothes around his heart were in tatters. It was clear that he had been struck many times by some unknown attack. Ah, little Qing, you've finally broken through. Hurry up and help us check on Battle God Ziyang. White Spirit Snake hugged Bai Qiong's arm excitedly. Thank you, Senior Bai Qiong. We've already done our best. And Lin sighed in exasperation. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong grimaced as she looked at Lin. Done your best? What did you guys do? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Bai Qiong, are you sure this is cardiopulmonary resuscitation? This is F*King cardiac arrest. Chapter 359. Within a certain dark space, the bald man spoke with a respectful expression. Master Black, they've already returned to Earth safely. What should we do with the rest of celestial immortal Shou Yang's treasures? Black Spirit Snake waved her hand nonchalantly. There's nothing good left anyway. Confiscate the spirit stones and send everything else to Earth to promote the development of the cultivation world there. All right, I'll do that right away. The bald man nodded and was about to leave. "Oh, right, don't forget to buy some salted duck eggs and century eggs for me. Go to Old Man Chen's shop to buy them," Black Spirit Snake instructed. The bald man faltered upon hearing this. "But Old Man Chen is already dead." "What did you say?" Black Spirit Snake was a little flustered, but she quickly regained her composure. "Wait, you haven't been to Earth recently. How would you know he's dead?" The bald man's lips twitched. "But recently is 50 years. Old Man Chen was over 60 years old at the time, and he didn't cultivate, so he's definitely dead." Black Spirit Snake was a little dazed upon hearing this. So it had already been that long? She looked around at this dark space and sighed with emotion. Before she knew it, she had already been holed up here for 50 years. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to rot. Look after the Zhan Qi continent for me. I'm going out for a walk." Black Spirit Snake waved a hand before opening a black hole and disappearing into it without looking back. "Sigh, Master Black, I still have to send Shou Yang's remaining treasures," the bald man yelled toward the hole. However, there was no response from the hole. Instead, it slowly closed. The bald man could only smile bitterly upon seeing this. Black Spirit Snake's habit of leaving whenever she wanted to would probably never change. The more mature a woman was, the more insane they would be when they wanted to go. Last time, she had destroyed the Bodhi mountain of the Buddhist kingdom during her battle with the battling Buddha. Who knew what she would do this time at the border of the Heavenly Lake on Changbai Mountain? A rare look of sympathy appeared on Bai Qiong's beautiful face. "Ziyang, it's all my fault. I wanted to let you adapt to the outside world first before teaching you the method to transform into an energy life form." She pointed at a few of Zi Yang's meridians and acupoints. Pure energy flowed through her fingertips and poured into Zi Yang's body. After a long while, Battle God Xiang finally opened his eyes in grief and indignation. He said softly, "I had a nightmare. I dreamed that the heavens couldn't tolerate me, and I was struck by lightning." "That's just a dream," and Lin comforted softly. "Senior Ziyang, you should hurry up and learn how to transform your energy form from Senior Bai Qiong. Senior Bai Qiong is already at the spirit nurturing stage now." Lu Qianhuan changed the subject. Battle God Ziyang felt that this was reasonable. His top priority now was to increase his cultivation base as quickly as possible so that he could adapt to this new world and become the Emperor Yuan of this world. Just like that, the focus of the conversation shifted to how to change classes, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief and lay down on the flying carpet feebly. He then slowly closed his eyes in the warm temperature. Perhaps he was too tired, so he fell asleep again. When he woke up again, he saw a white ceiling. "Little Lin, you're awake." A familiar voice sounded beside his ear, and Lin's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the middle-aged man beside him. "Dad, why are you staying here?" He was currently sleeping on a bed. There was a healing spell formation set up in the room, which was glowing with a faint green light. It was clear that his team members had left him here to rest, and Mingchuan smiled upon hearing this. "What? As a father, can't I stay here to check on my son?" And Lin was a little embarrassed. "That's not what I meant. I'm saying that it's already late at night. You should rest early too." "Oh, it's 8:30 in the morning now," and Mingchuan replied after looking at his watch. "And Lin, Xiaolan has already told me about your experiences in the alternate dimension. This world is so vast, there are all kinds of places." And Mingchuan's expression was one of yearning, and Lin chuckled. "Dad, when you reach the spirit nurturing stage, I'll take you to the Tai Chu continent to broaden your horizons. That continent is much larger than the Zhan Qi continent. It's literally boundless. It seems like it's quite difficult for people like us to go to the celestial court." And Mingchuan furrowed his brows. "If we go according to procedure, joining the celestial court is one of the prerequisites. But that's all right. We can get in through the back door." And Lin spoke confidently, and Mingchuan looked at Lin with a peculiar expression. Not only was his son not ashamed in the slightest when talking about getting in through the back door, but there was even a hint of smugness and pride on his face. What was going on? Could it be that everyone in the celestial court was proud of getting in through the back door? All right, we'll talk about going to the Tai Chu continent later. It's still early. And Ming Chuan looked deeply into Enlin's eyes. Little Enlin, you really don't have to fight so hard for opportunities in the future. Take this time, for example. You were bedridden for a few days. Even if no one was willing to tell me the details, I know how dangerous the situation was. If anything happens to you, what's the point of me cultivating by myself? Dad. And Lin's heart trembled, and he didn't know how to respond. It was rare for Enlin to return to Earth. But who would have thought that he would turn into a block of ice in front of his father, and now he was bedridden with severe injuries? It was no wonder that Ming Chuan would be overthinking things. The silence was suddenly broken by the sound of a door being opened. Big brother, and you're finally awake, woof. Dabai pounced toward Enlin excitedly. Haha, how have you been, Dabai? Enlin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Enlin's face. Same old, looking at beautiful women, reading books, watching movies, woof. Dabai stuck out his tongue. Enlin rolled his eyes. Those three things are actually the same thing, right? Big brother and knows me the best, woof. Dabai looked at Enlin with a gratified expression. Let's not talk about that for now. I brought you something good. Enlin rubbed his storage ring before bringing out a glove with claws that resembled blue blades. He handed it to Dabai and said, This is called the Chaotic Sky-Crushing Claws, and it's a pinnacle spirit tool. If you nurture it well, there's a very good chance that it can evolve into an immortal tool. It's also very effective against metal-type and wind-type spell techniques. I'm giving this to you now. Dabai's eyes widened with incredulity as he accepted the spirit tool. Only after sensing the powerful energy, fluctuations emanating from the spirit tool, did he finally believe that it really was a pinnacle spirit tool. Wah, big brother I didn't think you would really give me a present. This is the first time you've given me a present. I've never received such a good present before. I used to think that I was a free-range pet in the past. I really didn't think. I'm so touched, woof. Dabai was already rambling incoherently as he pounced toward Enlin and began to lick him like a madman. Enlin didn't think that Dabai would dare to rape him right in front of his father. He was completely exhausted and couldn't resist, so he could only yell angrily, You blind Dabai, this isn't the first time I've given you a present. I've given you so many dried snake emperor pills in the past. Did they all get eaten by a dog? That's right, I ate them all, woof. Dabai replied excitedly. He sat on Enlin's waist and gripped onto Enlin's wrist with his paws as he expressed his gratitude. Chapter 360. Enlin rested on his bed for another 2 days. Under the powerful healing effects of the Green Soul Immortal Pill, his internal injuries were finally completely healed. The only thing that he hadn't fully recovered from was the after effects of using the origin energy of the netherworld too much. Although he couldn't use any powerful spell techniques, getting out of bed and walking was no problem for him. During this period of recuperation, some team members continued to live happily in the mortal world, while others practiced their newly obtained inheritances. White Spirit Snake, Battle Goddess Bai Cheong, and Battle God Xiang also temporarily stayed on the North Mist Mountain. The two battle gods still needed time to adapt to this world. Battle Goddess Bai Cheong broke through again and reached Spirit Nurturing Intermediate stage. Meanwhile, Battle God Xiang was still in the process of transforming his meridians. Enlin strolled along the bluestone path until he finally arrived in front of a flower bed. A young woman in a white dress stood out among the sea of purple and red flowers. She held a bead in her slender hands, and she was studying the secrets within it. This beautiful young woman was White Spirit Snake, and the bead in her hand was one of the 5 divine weapons of the Zhan-Chi continent, the White Radiant Bead. It was also Battle Goddess Bai Cheong's original weapon. Of course, it belonged to White Spirit Snake now. Ah, Senior Poison Lord, why are you here? A joyful expression appeared on the young woman's face when she saw Lin, and she ran toward him happily. Her white dress fluttered like clouds and mist, lifting up flower petals and bringing with it a floral fragrance. I'm here to find Dubai. I'll be returning to the university in 5 days. I'm going to the Celestial Court's information transfer point now and report my experiences to the higher-ups, and Lin said with a smile. Ah, you're leaving so soon. A disappointed expression appeared on White Spirit Snake's face when she heard that Lin was returning to the university. It's not like I'm never coming back. Earth is my home, and I'll come back often. And Lin comforted her with a smile as he patted White Spirit Snake's head. White Spirit Snake's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and she nodded lightly. All right, then I'll wait for the Poison Lord to return. The next time we meet, I'll definitely grow to a level that will give you a fright. And Lin felt like White Spirit Snake had already scared him many times. Was she going to shock him again the next time she came back? Was he really going to play the role of a shocked passerby next to the protagonist? Big Brother and taste my third form, Heavenly Wolf Pounce, woof. Dubai's claws were wearing the primordial sky, collapsing claw, and tore out 10 extremely resplendent blue blade lights in the sky. The power was extremely powerful and terrifying, and it gave people a very domineering feeling. And Lin looked at Dubai in the sky with a look of approval. He didn't buy this claw for nothing. Just like that, and Lin rode Dubai, whom he had not seen for a long time, and flew excitedly towards the Celestial Court's information transmission point. At this moment, within a bustling city, there was a woman with flawless features and figure walking slowly along a pedestrian street. Her long, black hair danced in the wind, and she wore a white chiffon top and a pair of dark denim pants. Her long, slender legs were accentuated by her jeans, and she was extremely pleasing to the eye, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Her deep, dark eyes were imbued with a peculiar charm, and those who looked into them couldn't help but be entranced by them. Who would have thought that Earth would have changed so much in just 50 years? The woman surveyed her surroundings with a slight smile on her face as she held a cup of milk tea in her hand. She was none other than Black Spirit Snake, who had come out to play again after 50 years of seclusion. Earth's current level of development should be around the intermediate stage of a second-tier technological civilization. I wonder if the evolution parameters are normal. If not, I'll have to go back and make some adjustments, Black Spirit Snake murmured to herself. In her knowledge, the technological civilizations of this world could be divided into 5 major stages. First tier, technological civilizations were primitive civilizations. Civilizations at this stage could utilize all types of heat energy, such as firewood, coal, and gasoline. Second tier, technological civilizations were particle energy civilizations. Civilizations at this stage could utilize particle energy with proficiency, such as electromagnetic energy, nuclear energy, hydrogen energy, as well as all types of microscopic particle energy and energy waves. Third tier, technological civilizations were ultra-intelligent civilizations. Civilizations at this stage were highly advanced in biological research, and artificial intelligence could almost completely replace the labor force. Furthermore, they could create pseudo-intelligent life forms and manipulate the microscopic to the macroscopic. Fourth tier, technological civilizations were dimensional laws civilizations. Civilizations at this stage could utilize all types of spatial techniques, and when they developed to the extreme, they could even manipulate dimensions and create laws of nature. Fifth tier, technological civilizations were divine Tao civilizations. These civilizations only existed in legends. Once a civilization reached this level, they would ascend en masse. At that time, space, time, the 3,000 great Taos, and even the heavenly Tao would all be under their control. In other words, they were gods. Black Spirit Snake was quite knowledgeable, but the highest level of technological civilization she knew was only a 4th tier technological civilization. In the end, that civilization had ruined itself. She raised her head just in time to catch sight of a sci-fi movie trailer playing on a huge screen in the building. The trailer depicted a few gigantic robots engaged in melee combat. She almost spat out the milk tea in her mouth upon seeing this. What the hell is this? Do the humans of Earth like this? Such violence and Chinibu had something to do with destroying the world? She stroked her chin as she fell into deep thought. Earth was at the intermediate stage of a level 2 technological civilization, so it already possessed the ability to self-destruct. If the humans of Earth decided to blow themselves up, wouldn't Her Majesty be heartbroken? Black Spirit Snake was the right-hand woman of Her Majesty, so she was the god of this world when Her Majesty wasn't around. As such, she naturally shouldered the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace and development on Earth. So the question was, what could she do to stop the suicidal thoughts of the humans of Earth? Return the humans of Earth to Her Majesty's rule? No, that would go against the original intentions of Her Majesty when she created Earth. Forcefully implant the core values of socialism into the minds of all humans? No, that was a large-scale intervention that would result in all types of backlash and repercussions. Establish a war warning system? That was doable, but it wouldn't be very safe, and it would also be quite troublesome to find people to work with. Black Spirit Snake sipped on her milk tea with relish as she contemplated this problem. Her brows furrowed slightly, giving her the appearance of a woman who was immersed in her own melancholy. Some of the passers-by who were attracted by Black Spirit Snake's beauty thought that she was worrying about her work or her relationship. Little did they know that she was worrying about how to maintain world peace on the other side, and Lin had just finished reporting to the Celestial Court, and he rose into the air atop Debai's back. Big brother, and where do we go next? Woof. How about we go to the shopping district and buy some souvenirs to take back to the Celestial Court? Chapter 361. On a certain pedestrian street in a bustling metropolis, and Lin walked down the street with a miniature white dog following behind him. I'll buy some radish snacks for the silly rabbit from the Moon Palace. I'll also buy one of the portable video players that Debai strongly requested for. No, I'll buy 2, just in case Xiao Cho also wants one. I'll download a few hundred monkey videos. What does Xiao Hong want? Should I buy a stereo and download 300 nursery rhymes? Oh, I also need to buy a bunch of books for Zhong Yongyan, the cultured man. And Lin no longer accepted shopping assignments, but he would still buy some specialties for his close friends. Soon, he carried a large number of bags and prepared to put them into his storage ring in a secluded place. There were many pedestrians on the street. A handsome man like him would be the main character wherever he went, so he couldn't be too ostentatious when using his spatial magic tool. Soon, he discovered a woman in a white chiffon dress walking toward him. There was no way he wouldn't notice her because she was simply too beautiful. Her main character halo was even more dazzling than his. From his current perspective, the woman's looks were top-notch. This woman had a cold expression. Her long, ink-like hair fell behind her back, and her black eyes seemed to have a magical power that made people want to sink into them. Influenced by this unique temperament, and Lin instinctively thought that she was a cultivator. However, after carefully sensing her, he didn't discover any energy fluctuations. The woman was also looking at Lin, and this made Lin feel a little smug. See that? Even such a supreme-grade beauty would be subdued by my looks. What happened next shocked Lin even more. The woman actually took the initiative to stop him. "Hello, handsome. May I ask what you think about maintaining world peace?" The woman smiled sweetly, and her pitch-black eyes were particularly captivating. And Lin was stunned upon hearing this. It was understandable that he attracted attention because he was handsome, and he could also accept it if a beautiful woman took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. But what the F***CK was with this opening? Could it be that the Earthlings' pickup methods had become so trendy? The first thing she asked was what he thought about maintaining world peace. This woman was none other than Black Spirit Snake, who shouldered the heavy responsibility of maintaining world peace. And Lin didn't know her, but she knew Enlin. She knew that Enlin had lived on Earth for close to 20 years and was very familiar with Earth. Furthermore, he had also experienced the flourishing cultivation culture on the Tai Chu continent. It could be said that Enlin was a talent who had fused the ideas of the two worlds. Perhaps he could get some inspiration from his words. With this in mind, Black Spirit Snake and Enlin began their first conversation. Enlin was indeed someone who was used to seeing big storms and big waves. Even if it was such a strange way to strike up a conversation, he could still quickly calm down and think about it seriously. Yes, the concept of maintaining world peace is a very broad proposition. How about we find a place to have an in-depth conversation? And Lin suggested with a smile. Black Spirit Snake paused momentarily before nodding with a smile. Xian Cafe. Classical and elegant decor. Soothing and pleasant music. Black Spirit Snake raised her cup and took a small sip as she looked at the man across from her with a hint of interest in her inky black eyes. And Lin was also quite curious about the woman before him. Even though he was very confident in his own charisma, he knew that this woman definitely didn't agree to chat with him just because he was handsome. He felt like this woman was only willing to come to this cafe with him because of his charisma. I feel like everyone has a responsibility to maintain world peace. What we need to do is to focus on one core and two fundamental points. And Lin spoke with a solemn expression. Black Spirit Snake's eyes lit up. Focus on one core and two fundamental points? And Lin nodded. That's right. We need to focus on ideology and insist that the people be the leaders of the world and the hidden organizations guide them from the shadows. We do need to focus on ideology. A universal ideology can lead the people onto the right path. Insisting that the people be the leaders of the world can prevent the extreme actions of dictatorships. This is also the inevitable trend of social development. But can you elaborate on the hidden organizations guide them from the shadows? Black Spirit Snake really did get into a serious conversation. And Lin was completely dumbstruck by Black Spirit Snake's enthusiasm as 10,000 mythological beasts stampeded over his heart. He was only joking around. Why was this woman so serious? Holy F***. Was he really going to explore how to maintain world peace with this beautiful woman in a cafe? She wasn't embarrassed, but his embarrassment cancer was about to kick in. However, it could be seen from this that there was definitely something off about this woman. And Lin thought for a moment before speaking again. There are times when the balance between the major powers goes out of control. And when that time comes, we need an organization with a high status to mediate. That organization must be extremely powerful and have a deep understanding of the world. Furthermore, it must be untainted by worldly affairs. Only then will it be able to mediate in a fair and just manner. Black Spirit Snake blinked before nodding. Is there a need for a third party? Powerful beings are revered, and there are weak and powerful beings in this world. The weak want to become powerful, and the powerful want to become even more powerful. All of this involves competition for benefits, so conflict is unavoidable. However, we can also try to make the strong more loving, and make those who maintain the orbit of history more reliable. That's right, I have a WeChat group with a bunch of like-minded seniors. I think you can go talk to them. And Lin's lips twitched. He felt like he had to end this awkward conversation. Why would such a beautiful encounter continue on such a strange topic? Was it because he was chatting in the wrong way, or was this woman just a weirdo? And Lin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Black Spirit Snake's eyes lit up again upon hearing Lin's suggestion, and she pulled out a white phone from her bag. She had only gotten her hands on a phone 2 days ago, and after playing with it for a while, she had already familiarized herself with its basic functions. So she naturally knew about WeChat. and Lin scanned Black Spirit Snake's QR code, upon which he saw her ID, Black Spirit Snake, and his chest constricted again. Pardon me for asking, but do you know White Spirit Snake? Black Spirit Snake was confused. Huh, who's White Spirit Snake? She then burst into laughter. Don't tell me you think there are other people like White Spirit Snake and Red Spirit Snake just because my ID is Black Spirit Snake? And Lin looked at her with a suspicious expression. The group I want to invite you into is called All Cultivators of the World Unite Together to Protect Earth Group. Are you sure you want to join? Black Spirit Snake. All right, pull me in. Who are you? And Lin pressed his thumb onto his storage ring as his expression darkened. And Lin had finally lost his patience. Black Spirit Snake's reaction was far too strange after hearing such a crazy group name. This was not the reaction that a normal woman should have. Even Lin didn't believe that she wasn't suspicious. The woman took a sip of coffee and looked at Lin with a dainty expression. What? I really want to talk about world peace. Why are you so angry? If you don't tell me the truth, you're going to have to pay for this coffee. And Lin chuckled coldly. Huh, you're making things difficult for me, Black Spirit Snake. The woman raised her eyebrows with displeasure, and Lin was just about to say something when a gust of wind blew past. His mind went completely blank, and he stood rooted to the spot. When he came to his senses, he looked around at his surroundings with a blank expression. This was a quaint and comfortable environment. Soothing music and a confused Dubai, the 2 cups of coffee were still exuding a fragrant aroma. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I order 2 cups of coffee? And Lin's mouth gaped open, but he couldn't recall what had happened. He felt like he had lost his memory. Chapter 362. And Lin turned to Dubai with a curious expression. Dubai, why are we here? Dubai scratched his head and looked around with a hesitant expression. Did we fall for an illusion technique? An amnesia technique? I'm not missing any kidneys or money, so why would they use such a technique on me? And Lin looked at the coffee cup on the table across from him and picked it up to find that half of it had already been drunk. He sniffed it curiously, but didn't find anything special about it. Thus, he took another sip. It tasted pretty good. So someone had a cup of coffee with me, then ran away after casting an amnesia spell on me? And Lin felt like this conjecture was extremely absurd. Which mighty figure would be so bored as to do that? Knowing that one's memory had been erased was a very depressing thing. Humans were always curious. After learning that one's memory had been erased, one would want to know what it was. This was a type of obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was as if one's life would be incomplete if they didn't know what had happened. This was even more painful than what the pangolin had said. And Lin pulled out his phone and wanted to send a message to express his F***ed-up feelings. Then he saw an unfamiliar friend with the nickname of Black Spirit Snake. Boom! It was as if something had been opened. Everything that had happened earlier began to replay in his mind. And Lin took a deep breath and opened up his chat with Black Spirit Snake. Black Spirit Snake, who are you? Don't you know it's very immoral to erase someone else's memory? Black Spirit Snake sent a grinning emoji. If I really wanted to erase your memory, do you think you would still be able to remember these things? Fake Taoist priest Little N. Fake Taoist priest Little N. Then who are you, and why did you come to see me today? And Lin felt like this woman was definitely a mighty figure who had contacted him with an ulterior motive. Was she after his wealth? Or was she after his beauty? Black Spirit Snake sent a smiling emoji. Hee hee, I'm going to take a shower. Talk to you next time. And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing this message. F***CK. The 3 killer weapons of chatting, smile, her and shower escape were all used. Would it kill him to be tactful? Didn't he know that this kind of conversation was very hurtful? He angrily dialed a number. Wow, Senior Poison Master actually called me. I'm so happy. Ahem, White Spirit Snake. I have something to ask you. You have to answer me honestly. Yes, yes, please ask away. Do you know who Black Spirit Snake is? Huh? What was Black Spirit Snake? Don't tell me you think I'm White Spirit Snake, and that's why you think there's a Black Spirit Snake or a Blue Spirit Snake. And Lin's mouth twitched as he listened to these familiar words. He didn't know what to say. After chatting with Black Spirit Snake for a while, he finally hung up the phone with nothing to show for it. He then took a look at his chat window with Black Spirit Snake and heaved a forlorn sigh upon discovering that there was no response from her. Let's go, Dubai. Let's continue shopping. Time flew by quickly, and before they knew it, 2 more days had passed. Lu Qianhuan became addicted to a game called PlayerUnknown's Battleground. Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyun bought many different styles of clothing. Big Brother Cheng spent a lot of money to buy a secret weapon in Russia. Tian Lingling was about to break through to Spirit Nurturing stage. Battle Goddess by Cheong was about to break through to Spirit Nurturing final stage. And Battle Emperor Xiang was about to progress to the first stage, Dao Body stage. Their time on Earth drew to a close and on. The last night, and Lin invited Chun Jingtian and the other cultivators who had fought alongside him at the Heavenly Lake to hold a barbecue and beer party that lasted until midnight. Early in the morning, and Lin bade farewell to his father and all of his friends on Earth before returning to the Celestial Court. During this trip to the Shouyang tomb, and Lin had reaped many rewards. Cultivation methods, spirit stones, treasures, inheritances, near-death experiences. It could be said that he had truly returned with a bountiful harvest. Even so, he still felt a little empty in his heart when he left. He felt like the next time he returned to Earth, he could bring his friends and family with him to the Tai Chu continent to flex and have fun. That would be great. Tang Shimin looked down at the vast expanse of land, and not only was his heart empty, his hands were also empty. He thought back to his experiences and learned from them. He had already sworn to himself that the next time he descended into the mortal world, he would return with a bountiful harvest. The teleportation spell formation began to activate at high speed. A brilliant light flashed, and the space around them began to transform. And Lin appeared in the celestial court again, and he breathed in the rich, vital energy, upon which his entire body felt a little more comfortable. They had descended into the mortal world for over a month, and now that they were back at the university, all of the team members wore expressions of joy and emotion, and even Xian Yuan Cheng wore a forlorn expression. During this period of time, not only had they descended into the mortal world, but they had also traveled to foreign continents and strange tombs. Many bizarre events had taken place there, and they had experienced many thrilling battles, as well as many interesting opportunities. Now that they had returned to the familiar environment and basked in the tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, they felt as if they had been in another lifetime. The university is truly a paradise for cultivation. Su Xiaolan suddenly sighed with emotion. It's a pity that I'm graduating next year. Lu Qianhuan pouted, and Lin chuckled. It's very simple if you want to stay at the university. You can choose to fail a subject and repeat a year. Lu Qianhuan rolled her eyes and couldn't be bothered to respond to Enlin. Everyone began to return to their residences, but Enlin rode on Dubai and flew off in another direction. In the principal's office, Vice Principal Yuhua was looking at himself in the mirror, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he stroked his thick and bushy eyebrows. Knock, knock, knock. Principal, I'm Enlin. Enlin? Yuhua raised an eyebrow. Please come in. Enlin was a little uneasy as he entered the principal's office. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, Principal. Long time no see, student Enlin. I've heard about what happened at Celestial Immortal Shou Yang's tomb. You did very well. Yuhua praised him with a smile. You're too kind, Principal. I'm just doing my job. And Lin displayed a rare display of modesty. What business do you have here, student Enlin? Celestial Immortal Yuhua asked curiously. The university has a rule. If you want to apply for a leave of more than 10 days, you must ask for permission from the principal. And Lin replied slowly. Yuhua was even more curious now. Student and Lin, do you want to apply for a leave of absence? Why do you need such a long leave? What difficulties have you encountered? Why don't you tell me? I want to make a trip to the Myriad Mountain Realm. There are some things I need to do, and Lin replied. Vice Principal Yuhua's heart jolted upon hearing this. A thought suddenly occurred to him. This was a good thing. Haha, I'll approve your leave. Take care of yourself, student and Lin. Yuhua didn't ask any more questions and immediately approved Lin's leave. And Lin was a little taken aback by how quickly the principal approved Lin's leave. The next day, Lin flew toward the Myriad Mountain Realm with Xiao Cho, Xiao Hong, and Dabai in tow. They set off on their journey again. Chapter 363. Within the Myriad Mountain Realm, the Wind Mountain Plains. And Lin was flying through the sky on Dog's steed, and he was greeted by the sight of a series of tall mountains that pierced straight into the clouds. Big Brother, are there really sexy and beautiful women in there, woof? Dabai asked with a hint of disbelief, and Lin replied with a serious expression. It's true. That's the princess who's been imprisoned in the dark castle, waiting for a true warrior to rescue her. Dog riding warrior, woof. Dabai was very fond of this type of scene and barked excitedly. In contrast to Dabai's excitement, Xiao Cho and Xiao Hong were a little dispirited. Xiao Cho was here mainly because he couldn't enter the castle, so he was here purely to relieve his boredom. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong was lying peacefully in Lin's pocket, living as if she were dead. At the foot of a tall mountain that pierced straight into the heavens, the White Cloud Lake was surging, and Lin arrived above the White Cloud Lake and yelled, Senior Jiang Anlin, are you there? His voice was like a clap of thunder exploding over the surface of the lake. Anyone who wasn't deaf would be able to hear him. Xiao Cho was a little perplexed. Shouldn't summoning Senior Jiang Anlin involve capturing a rainbow cow first? And Lin smiled lightly. What kind of relationship do I have with him? Is there a need for such formalities? Boom! A huge splash erupted from the surface of the lake, and a horned dragon over 100 feet in length with azure scales appeared before Lin with a majestic aura. And Lin, it's you? The horned dragon was also slightly taken aback by the sight of Lin. He had a very deep impression of this young man. After all, this was the man who had once emptied his treasure vault, so it was impossible for him not to have a deep impression of him. Ha! Senior Jiang Anlin, how have you been? And Lin greeted him with a joyful expression. Long time no see, and Lin, what business do you have here? Jiang Anlin didn't think that Lin had come here because he missed him. Oh, Senior, I'm here to explore the ruins of the White Cloud Lake. And Lin cut straight to the point. Jiang Anlin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Again? Weren't you chased out by the mainframe? Hee, that was me in the past. Now, I'm no longer who I used to be. And Lin smiled confidently. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. That's right, he was already a powerful being of the spirit-nurturing final stage, and he possessed all kinds of exceptional divine abilities. The Purple Star ruins were scary? No such thing exists. Only cultivators below the soul formation stage were allowed to enter the ruins. And Lin didn't choose to break through to the soul formation stage so that he could sweep through the entire Purple Star ruins. If even he could not wipe out the 88th Purple Star Research Institute, then it was even more impossible for others to do so. He didn't know if there were any spirit-nurturing stage cultivators more powerful than Lin. In any case, he hadn't seen any. All right, I can't be bothered with you. Jiang Anlin didn't say anything else upon seeing Lin's high-spirited expression. Instead, he looked at Lin's hands with his yellow eyes. Where's the rainbow cow? Ha! Rainbow cows are very hard to find. We're old friends. What's there to talk about? And Lin laughed heartily with a friendly expression. The horned dragon grimaced. He He didn't move and didn't say anything else. A deathly silence ensued. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Dubai did his best to stifle his laughter. Was this the old friend Big Brother and was talking about? Why did he look like an old enemy? And Lynn's chest constricted. Why was this stupid dragon so disrespectful? A pained expression appeared on his face as he brought out 10 dazzling white vital stones from his storage ring. "Ha! Brother Jiang, I know you might not be interested in these mundane items." Jiang Anlin raised an eyebrow at the sight of the vital stones in Enlin's hand, as if he had something to say. At this moment, Enlin continued, "But I'm a very shallow person. I don't have much other than money. It's rare to see an old friend, so these are a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." He stuffed the 10 vital stones into Jiang Anlin's hand as he spoke. Jiang Anlin's expression changed drastically as he held the vital stones. "Oh my, look at you, Brotherin. I didn't have to go through so much trouble to see you in the future." Immediately afterward, the horned dragon transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man and happily stowed the vital stones into his storage ring. The two of them began to converse happily, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Dubai's mouth gaped open as he stared blankly at the scene before him. It was as if a door had been opened in his heart. "Brotherin, I won't disturb you any longer since you have business to attend to. Remember to be careful, and I wish you all the best in the ruins." Jiang Anlin parted the surface of the lake and opened the metal gate before bidding farewell to Enlin. "All right, we'll meet again in a while." Enlin waved goodbye to Jiang Anlin before turning to Xiao Chou. "Xiao Chou, you stay outside and be on guard." Xiao Chou had reached the Soul Formation stage and was unable to pass through the restriction to enter the Purple Star ruins. Saying this, Enlin rode Dubai through the blue barrier of light and entered the ruins. Did Enlin feel bad about exchanging 10 vital stones for an entry pass? Not at all, because he was going to get this money back from Lin Junjun tenfold, 100-fold. At the summit of the Cloud Mountain, a beautiful woman was staring blankly at a piece of white paper on a drawing board. Achoo! The woman sneezed for no apparent reason. What's going on? Is someone missing me? Is it my big sisters or my father? The woman thought about it for a moment before shaking her head with a smile. She continued to stare blankly at the white paper on the drawing board. She had drawn many things, beautiful scenery, vibrant life, as well as a series of unforgettable scenes, as well as a series of images that she had created in her mind. But now, she suddenly didn't want to draw anything. She couldn't draw anything. Tired of drawing? Out of inspiration? She didn't know. Right at this moment, a voice transmission talisman suddenly sounded. "Master Tianyu, there are cultivators exploring the ruins of the 88th Purple Star Research Institute again." Jiang Anlin's voice sounded from the voice transmission talisman. "Oh." Lin Junjun's expression was completely devoid of interest. Ever since the experiment had progressed to the 3rd step, the information regarding the Purple Star inheritance was no longer as urgent. "Master Tianyu, aren't you curious who's exploring the ruins?" "Is that important?" "Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, it's a good cat if it can catch a mouse. If it succeeds, then bring them here to receive their reward." Lin Junjun was just about to close the voice transmission talisman. However, the voice transmission talisman caused her to falter in her movements. "It's Mr. Enlin going to the ruins," Jiang Anlin replied. "What? Enlin?" Lin Junjun's hand trembled as her expression also shifted drastically. At this moment, within the Purple Star Research Institute, Dubai passed through the blue barrier of light and was extremely shocked by the scene within. Holy F***CK! What kind of F***king ruins are these? Within the cavernous hall, the metallic floor was pristine, and there were many intricate sculptures placed all around, presenting a sense of beauty that was a combination of technology and antiquity. "My God, isn't that Gundam 1 and Gundam 2? Dubai yelled again. "Shoo, Don't make such a big fuss. And Lin patted Debai's head as he tiptoed toward the hovering mechanical creations. These were technological creations of the Purple Star civilization that had been infused with the power of the bloodline of 100 beasts, and Lin chuckled. Before he was sent flying last time, he only had time to steal 2 Gundams. Now, there were only 3 Gundams left. After witnessing the practicality of the Gundams, how could he let them go? He whistled as vital energy gathered at his fingertips. Following the information in his mind, he began to carve out complex, veined patterns and formations to open up the spatial barrier. Big Brother and... Debai's voice suddenly sounded from behind Lin. "Shut up, can't you see I'm busy?" And Lin retorted impatiently. "But Big Brother, Tisk, stop interrupting me after I'm done with this. Time is of the essence. If we're discovered by the tigress inside, we're all screwed. But Big Brother, if the tigress you're referring to is this beauty, then we're already screwed." "What? Are you crazy?" And Lin turned to glare at Debai, only to find a woman in a flowing white dress looking at him with a dainty smile. Chapter 364. Gulp. And Lin involuntarily swallowed. The woman before him wore a white dress and was tall and slender with smooth skin. She was looking at Lin with a mysterious smile on her face. "Hi, Bai Ling, long time no see." A smile appeared on Lin's face as he took the initiative to greet her. This woman was the clone of the mastermind of the Research Institute, and she was also the one who had kicked Lin and the others out of the Research Institute. "What are you doing?" Bai Ling asked with a hint of a smile on her face. And Lin was drenched in cold sweat, and his mind spun rapidly as he replied, "I obtained a method to maintain these technological products, and I want to try it here." Bai Ling's brows perked up. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" "Big sister Bai, I want." And Lin didn't try to quibble anymore as he stared at the woman before him with a sincere and imploring expression. Bai Ling's lips twitched slightly. Why had this guy's moral integrity become more and more shameless after 2 years? "I'll definitely make the Purple Star technology flourish. So just give it to me. Or, what do you want, Big Sister Bai?" And Lin continued to act cute. Bai Ling massaged her brows. "I still haven't settled the score with you for those 2 mechanical bloodline creations," and Lin took a couple of steps back upon hearing this. "But you're here for the inheritance, right? I won't make things difficult for you. If you can pass all of the trials in the ruins with a survival rate of less than 20%, then the mechanical creations and inheritance information will all belong to you." Bai Ling continued, and Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and his breathing accelerated. "All right, it's a deal." All mechanical creations were extremely powerful, and the inheritance information wasn't just knowledge. It was also valuable spirit stones. Just half of the inheritance information was enough to make Lin instantly rich. If he could get another half. Bai Ling also had a plan in mind. Ever since Lin and the others had left, another group of cultivators had come to the ruins in the past 2 years. However, they were all annihilated after just 1 trial, leaving her extremely disappointed. A good candidate like Lin was very rare, and it might not even appear in the next few thousand years. Since that was the case, it was better to give him a chance and see if he had the life to obtain this great opportunity. Next, I will adjust the positions of the 64 secret chambers in the ruins. After you enter, the trial will also become more difficult. You can only advance, not retreat. Of course, if you're so scared that you can't even walk, then you can cry and beg me to let you out. Seeing as we're good friends, I'll let you off the hook a little, got it? Bai Ling winked at Lin with a seductive smile on her face, and Lin smiled faintly. In my life dictionary, the words retreat and beg for mercy do not exist, unless he was extremely ferocious. He added in his mind, "All right, I wish you good luck." Bai Ling transformed into specks of white light before disappearing on the spot. And Lin looked at Bai Ling's disappearing figure before turning to look at the half-completed formation in the Gundam and gulping. He repressed the urge to continue robbing her and turned to Debai. Let's go and save the beautiful princess. Dabai looked at Lin with a cold expression as if it had been deceived. The princess you're talking about, is that big sister Bai? Woof. No, of course not her. She's the witch who imprisoned the princess. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Dabai heaved an internal sigh of relief upon hearing this. The woman in the white dress was very beautiful, but her aura was so powerful that she didn't seem like someone who needed saving at all. Not only that, but she also gave him a sense of danger. And Lin also felt a chill run down his spine after saying this, and he couldn't help but shudder. He led Dabai into an inky black passageway and continued onward until a black metal gate appeared at the end of the passageway. He pushed open the gate with force to find an extremely spacious chamber with a green pond at the center. The pond was bubbling incessantly, and a corrosive smell permeated the entire space. Welcome to the trial of poison. According to past trial takers, the survival rate for this trial is 12%. If you successfully pass this trial, you will receive the inheritance of life force. Do you wish to begin the trial now? Bai Ling's emotionless and slightly mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Yes, and Lin replied in an indifferent voice after hearing the introduction. Ripples suddenly began to appear in the green pond as his voice fell. A green, humanoid monster with tentacles on its head slowly rose into the air. It opened its mouth with sharp fangs and slowly exhaled a sinister, corrosive aura. So it really is the antagonist. It looks like a demon king wolf. Dabai raised his tail and equipped his chaotic, sky-crushing claws with both hands as he spoke in a majestic manner. Demon King Piccolo. And Lin nodded. It's a pity Xiao Cho isn't here. Roar. The green humanoid monster clenched its fists, and the green pond water soared into the sky before transforming into a series of green pythons that pounced toward Lin with an extremely poisonous and corrosive aura. And Lin took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. The pythons crashed toward his original location with ferocious force before exploding into a cloud of poisonous mist. Right at this moment, 10 blue saber projections tore through the poisonous mist and slashed toward the green humanoid monster's body. The green humanoid monster was also very fast, and its body shot out of the pond like a cannonball before twisting its body to evade the 10 saber projections. Crimson God Arrow. A scorching wave of energy swept toward Lin. Before Lin knew it, he had already appeared behind the green humanoid monster. Crimson wings materialized into an arrow imbued with extremely fearsome flame power before shooting forth with a whoosh. The Crimson God Arrow left a scorching red trail in its wake before puncturing the green humanoid monster's chest. The green humanoid monster let loose an enraged roar before turning around and unleashing a fist toward Lin. As its arms wriggled, the projection of a green skull appeared on its fist before biting toward Lin. You dare to fight with your fists? And Lin unleashed a mountain-quaking fist without any hesitation. The massive golden fist clashed with the green skull fist, and the resulting explosion of energy swept through the surroundings in a frenzy. Right at this moment, Dabai had already arrived in front of the green humanoid monster, and his chaotic, sky-crushing claws slashed toward the monster's head. Everything happened far too quickly, and Lin and Dabai's attacks were extremely well-coordinated, and the green humanoid monster had no time to evade Dabai's claws. A blue saber projection flashed by, and the green humanoid monster's body was sliced into several pieces like butter. Splat, green blood spurted forth, and both Lin and Dabai hurriedly retreated with expressions of disgust and disgust. Congratulations, you've passed the trial of poison. Bai Ling reappeared before Lin in her white dress, and Lin shook his head with a resigned expression. This is the trial with a 12% survival rate? It's not that impressive. Bai Ling glanced at Lin. What's the point of flexing to me like this? Let me ask you, how many more trials are there? And Lin asked curiously. I'm not telling you. A mysterious smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. "But there's a surprise waiting for you." "Oh, right. I'll save those inheritances for you for now. I'll give them to you after you've completely conquered this set of ruins. Otherwise, if you die during the trial, I'll be wasting my energy," Bai Ling continued. "All right, I don't care about your inheritances." And Lin waved a hand before continuing toward the next gate. Bai Ling's chest constricted upon hearing this. "You!" She gritted her teeth in rage as she stared at Lin's departing figure. However, he didn't even look back as he continued on to the second trial. Chapter 365. Welcome to the Machine Trial. Defeat 3 beast-type machines to pass the trial. According to past trial takers, the survival rate for this trial is 5%. Passing this trial will grant you the mechanical engineering inheritance. Do you wish to begin the trial now? Bai Ling's cold voice sounded in the room again, and Lin rolled his eyes at the mention of mechanical engineering. Was this inheritance trying to make him AF * King Mechanic? Begin the trial. Regardless of what the inheritance was, and Lin's goal here was to wipe out everything in his path, so all he had to do was fight. A hole appeared in the wall, and 3 steel beasts with vast auras emerged. There was a shimmering golden lion, a huge crimson wolf, and a wild horse with lightning flashing around its body. "Haha, robot beasts?" And Lin's eyes lit up. No one answered him. The lion roared, and a burst of scorching flames suddenly shot forth from its mouth, which fanned out toward Lin. And Lin leaped into the air as his storage ring flashed. "You think you can compete with me in a machine battle? I'll fight fire with fire. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, come out." 2 white figures appeared in the air as his storage ring flashed. At this moment, the huge crimson wolf's buttocks exploded, and its body transformed into a streak of red light as it charged toward Lin at an extremely fast speed. Its metallic claws tore through the air toward Lin. Right at this moment, a silver figure appeared in front of Lin and was greeted by a particle sword slash. An ear-piercing screech erupted as the seemingly indestructible wolf claws were torn apart by the particle sword. At this moment, the other Gundam also aimed its cannon at the huge crimson wolf. Boom! The energy cannon shot forth, and a powerful blast of energy exploded, transforming into a light and heat shockwave that blasted the huge crimson wolf into the ground, and its fate was unknown. "Ha ha ha, trash! My Gundams are the real robots." And Lin placed his hands on his hips and chortled with glee upon seeing this. At this moment, Bai Ling's enraged voice sounded from within the trial room. "And Lin, you're cheating. Hurry up and put away your bloodline mechanical creation, or get the hell out of here." And Lin faltered upon hearing this. "Are you being reasonable? Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 belong to me. They're part of my power. 3, 2. And Lin was given a fright upon hearing Bai Ling's countdown, and he immediately summoned back his Gundams. Only then did the terrifying countdown disappear. "Fine, fine, fine. You have the biggest breasts. You have the final say." And Lin pursed his lips with displeasure. "It's not like I can't beat these robotic beasts. It's just that I haven't used Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 for a long time, and I'm afraid that they'll rust, so I brought them out for a walk." The wild metal horse's entire body erupted with dazzling lightning. As it galloped, it seemed as if it was riding on lightning as it directly crashed into Lin. And Lin's expression remained calm as he drew his evil-slaying sword. At the same time, his eyes turned snowy white. The lightning-fast metal horse, which was hard to capture with the naked eye, was instantly full of flaws in his eyes. Whoosh! A black sword projection imbued with the true intent of the 6 strikes of the war god suddenly slashed through the air. The black sword projection flashed past in a flash, and Lin's body also evaded the wild metal horse's charge in that instant. The wild metal horse's blue lightning was still flashing, but its head had already been severed and sent flying into the sky. Boom! The wild metal horse's body crashed to the ground, and the lightning around it also began to dim. Dubai was still engaged in battle with the shimmering golden lion, and their clashes sent gusts of fierce, gale-force winds sweeping through the air. Aside from the fact that this lion didn't have a domain, its speed, strength, and defensive prowess were all comparable to that of a soul formation initial stage cultivator. It was no wonder that Dubai still hadn't been able to finish off this lion, and Lin wasn't in a hurry to help. Instead, he wielded his evil-slaying sword and made his way toward the crimson metal wolf that had been blasted into the ground by the two Gundams, to see if he should land the killing blow. Sure enough, the metal wolf wasn't dead. Upon seeing Lin, it opened its mouth and unleashed an energy cannon. And Lin was already prepared, and after evading the attack with his divine inspection technique, his evil-slaying sword transformed into a series of afterimages as it sliced the crimson metal wolf into pieces. Phew, another one down. And Lin finally had the leisure to look at Dubai this time. The battle between Dubai and the lion had already reached its climax, and Dubai was already at the 15th technique of the 18 forms of dog pouncing. Battle dog in the wild, woof! Dubai's body spun, and his chaotic, sky-crushing claws transformed into a tornado of saber projections that swept toward the lion. Waves of scorching flames burst forth from the metal lion's mouth, but they were all torn into specks of sparks by the tornado of saber projections. The golden lion's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, and it immediately unleashed its second, mystic technique, Lion's Roar. Roar! It let loose an almighty roar, and powerful sound waves transformed into raging waves that crashed into the blue tornado of saber projections before seeping into Dubai's body. Dubai spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and he flew back through the air. The shimmering golden lion took advantage of this opportunity to pounce toward Dubai, and the metallic edges of its claws shimmered with a cold light. And Lin's expression froze slightly as wings of wind spread open on his back. Divine dog tail whip, woof! In the nick of time, Dubai twisted his body, and his chaotic, sky-crushing claws transformed into blades of wind as he slashed a blue crescent toward the lion's head. The screeching sound of metal reverberated throughout the entire space, and sparks flew through the air. The lion was still in its pouncing position when its head flew through the air, leaving sparks of electricity in its wake. Beautiful! And Lin couldn't help but applaud upon seeing Dubai's counterattack. Dubai wiped the blood from the corners of his lips with a faint smile. So what if you're the king of all beasts? You still succumbed to my claws in the end. Woof! Nice show off. And Lin continued to applaud. Congratulations, you've passed the trial with the machines. Please get the F*CK off to the next trial and stop flexing. Bai Ling's cold voice sounded within the room, and there seemed to be a hint of resentment in her voice, and Lin felt like she had been provoked by him summoning the two Gundams. So he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He gave Dubai a blood spirit pill and rested for a while before continuing onward. After passing through the gate, and Lin and the others arrived in a pitch-black space. This was true darkness, where one couldn't even see their own fingers. It was as if they were situated at the bottom of an abyss, where darkness and deathly silence had become eternal. Welcome to the trial of darkness. There is a cloned shadow demon here. Find it and defeat it to pass this trial. According to past trial takers, the survival rate for this trial is 0%. You'll receive the inheritance of the shadow demon if you successfully pass this trial. Do you want to begin the trial now? Bai Ling's voice sounded, after hearing that the survival rate for this trial was 0%, and Lin finally perked up. He was very confident that he could pass the trials that had a survival rate. After all, if others could survive, then he wouldn't be inferior to them, so he would naturally be able to pass as well. However, he wasn't going to underestimate the trials that had the potential to wipe out all other teams. That meant that the dangers of the trial were unknown, just like the perilous realm of destruction. They were unsolvable to a certain extent. And Lin took a deep breath. Begin the trial. Chapter 366. A chill ran down Lin's spine as soon as his voice fell. "Light up this darkness, great holy flame." In the face of this boundless darkness, Lin unleashed his divine flame to illuminate his surroundings. Boom! A streak of light flashed past before it was instantly engulfed by the darkness in complete silence. What? Lin's heart jolted as he felt a ferocious force slam into his chest. The impact was extremely violent. Even though Lin had cultivated in the Earth Lotus Supreme skill and the Evergreen technique, and his body was far more powerful than the average cultivator's, his body still caved in from the impact. Excruciating pain swept through his entire body, and Lin threw up a mouthful of blood as his body flew back like a cannonball. Big brother, and woof! Dabai let loose an enraged roar as it tried to tear at the spot where Lin had just been standing, only to find that there was nothing there. In the next instant, its body was also struck by a powerful force, and it crashed into the metal wall of the room, causing the metal wall to cave in, and its body was on the verge of falling apart. "Dabai, can you determine its location from its scent?" And Lin yelled in the darkness. "No, it has no scent, woof," Dabai yelled feebly. This collision had almost crippled it, and Lin gritted its teeth as a pair of wings appeared on its back, and it flew toward Dabai. Dabai could sense an approaching air current, and it immediately raised its claws. "Don't attack. It's me." And Lin yelled as he grabbed onto Dabai's fur and unleashed his heavenly void flame to protect himself. Dabai heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that it was Lin. However, Lin's expression was extremely grave. The shadow demon's attack was soundless, and there was no way to determine its location from sound or air current. The darkness could engulf all light, so Lin had no idea how to retaliate. The only fortunate thing was that although the darkness could devour light, it couldn't devour the energy of spells. And Lin had sensed the heat from the great holy flame he had released earlier, and that was the key to breaking through this predicament. Several breaths of time later, a hole suddenly appeared in the void flame, as if it had been torn apart by something. "Dabai, be careful!" And Lin yelled as he slashed his evil-slaying sword through the air. He could even hear the sound of the sword aura tearing through the air and crashing into the metal walls of the room. Missed? And Lin blinked his eyes. At this moment, his abdomen suffered another terrifying blow. Uft! He almost fainted from the blow. In the instant that his evil-slaying sword was struck, he slashed forward with all his might, but it was as if he had struck thin air. The enemy was too fast in the darkness that could even devour light, and Lin had no way of hitting the shadow fiend. "You forced my hand. Demonic star flame, great holy flame, setting moon flame, appear. Sea of four spirits, fire, activate." Boom! Terrifying flames instantly engulfed the entire secret chamber. In this secret chamber, that wasn't all that big, and Lin didn't even need to do any foreplay before he could unleash the Sea of Four Spirits fire, dragging the shadow fiend into the boundless sea of flames from all directions. He couldn't see where the shadow fiend was, but that didn't mean that he couldn't attack it. All he had to do now was unleash an AoE attack, and he would be able to reduce the shadow fiend to ashes in this cauldron of flames without even thinking about anything else. After a long while, and Lin stopped unleashing the Sea of Four Spirits fire, panting heavily. "Did I win? Woof?" Dabai hid behind Lin and asked nervously. And Lin was also waiting for the trial passed announcement from the secret chamber, but unfortunately it didn't appear. How could this be? How could it not die from this? What he received in response was another violent collision. He could vaguely feel that it was a round fist that had struck his chest with the weight of a mountain, and he almost fainted from the impact. He was in disbelief. This enemy was way too powerful. Was this really a trial for spirit nurturing stage cultivators? Oh no, this was a tomb for spirit nurturing stage cultivators. Strong attack power, untraceable, unfathomable defense. A hint of despair welled up in Lin's heart. Was he, a peerless sword immortal, really going to die here? No, there was still a way. He could still cry to Bai Ling for help and beg her to let him out, which was more important, dignity or life. In the darkness, he felt as if he could already see the shadow fiend sneering at him with a sinister and mocking smile. He unleashed the heavenly void flame again, which enveloped him and Dabai within. This way, even if the shadow fiend wanted to come in, it would have to break through the heavenly void flame first, which would serve as a warning. However, right at this moment, Lin felt as if his bottom had been struck by a heavy blow. A terrifying force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas came crashing down, as if it was going to break his pelvis. Boom! And Lin's body flew into the air and crashed into the alloy wall at the ceiling, causing the entire chamber to tremor violently. Pwah! The blood in Lin's body churned, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood as his body plummeted to the ground. Humiliation, confusion, rage, and all kinds of other emotions filled his entire body. Was this really the end? This trial was far too inexplicable, so inexplicable that Lin was on the verge of defeat, and he had no idea why he was being bashed. The shadow fiend clearly hadn't broken through the heavenly void flame. So how was it able to attack him? What kind of F** king monster was this? And Lin's body plummeted to the ground, and the chill of death began to approach him. Right at this moment, his pocket began to squirm. It's too dark, there must be light. A sweet, yet slightly angry voice suddenly sounded. The sun shines in the sky, and the flowers smile at me. The little bird says, it's too dark, I want to be a third wheel. A fragrant breeze blew past as the moving song drifted through the air. A dazzling golden disk suddenly appeared in the chamber like the sun. It was like a golden longsword that tore through the darkness, bringing light to the entire space. Ah, it's so bright. Woof! Dabai's dog eyes were already blinded, and Lin was also dazzled by this sudden bright light, and he was even tearing up from the brightness. Humph, you dare to darken me? I'll shine you to death. The sweet voice sounded again, and Lin could clearly hear this voice. It was Xiao Hong's voice. He opened his teary eyes to see a seductive girl in a fiery red dress already standing in the air. There was a sun above her head, and she held a red staff in her hand. Don't ask Lin why Xiao Hong had a sun above her head and a staff in her hand. He didn't know either. On the ground, a black figure finally revealed itself, and it was trembling under the sunlight. And Lin was stunned upon seeing this figure. His enemy, the legendary Shadow Fiend, was actually a kangaroo. It was a kangaroo that was only half the height of a grown man, and it was wearing a black boxing glove. Although you're very cute, you've already hurt my master. That's a capital offense. Xiao Hong shouted lightly, and the red staff in her hand rotated along with her body. I'll destroy you in the name of the sun. Go, emissary of the sun. As the red staff glowed with a golden light, a naked, muscular golden monk began to appear. It raised its fists and charged toward the kangaroo. Don't ask Lin why Xiao Hong was able to summon such a strange monk. He didn't know either. The black kangaroo's body trembled upon seeing the naked monk charging toward it. A black crack began to appear behind it, and it jumped back into the crack. The crack closed, and everything returned to normal. No, and Lin's heart couldn't calm down at all. The naked, muscular monk suddenly smiled kindly at Lin, and Lin had goosebumps. What the F***CK is this thing? Chapter 367. And Lin wasn't surprised that Xiao Hong knew how to sing school song. After all, Xiao Hong loved to sing nursery rhymes when she was photosynthesizing, and 300 nursery rhymes was a gift he had given to Xiao Hong. But who could tell Lin what a sun above Xiao Hong's head and a staff in her hand was? Also, what the hell was this naked, muscular monk that Xiao Hong referred to as the messenger of the sun? Huh, the kangaroo escaped? What do we do now? Xiao Hong landed beside Lin, and there was a hint of distress on her pure and seductive features. The shadow demon has the ability to open up alternate dimensions. That would explain why it was able to survive my sea of divine flames and why it was able to penetrate the heavenly void flames' defenses to attack me. And Lin furrowed his brows. However, it's not a return to void stage cultivator, so its spatial manipulation ability definitely won't last forever. Let's wait and see if it can't hold on any longer. Oh, Little Red nodded her head obediently. Her pair of charming eyes looked around with rapt attention. Dabai ran over to Xiao Hong excitedly. Big Boss Hong, you really are our lucky star. You saved the world right from the get-go and didn't bring shame to our beast pet team, Woof. Xiao Hong blushed with excitement and summoned a few more messengers of the sun, all of whom were scattered around the secret chamber in preparation to bash the shadow demon to death as soon as it appeared. And Lin's lips twitched at the sight of the naked, muscular monks in the secret chamber. Xiao Hong, are you tired of standing under the sun? He felt like it was a good idea to test Xiao Hong's mental state first. No, this golden wheel is a gift from the sun. We should all praise the sun. Xiao Hong's eyes lit up with pride. And Lin, then what's up with these monks? What do they have to do with the messenger of the sun? And Lin thought about it for a moment before deciding to ask Xiao Hong about her inner world. After all, it was her master's question, so Little Red answered very straightforwardly. She immediately said sweetly, Master, what can you think of when you look at the monk's head? What can you think of? Their hair is gone. And Lin blinked and said, Wrong. I can think of the sun. Little Red said in a cadence, Monks' heads are round and round, like the round sun in the sky. They can even reflect the radiance of the sun. That's why they are worthy of being the emissaries of the sun. And Lin's heart sank when he heard this. Did Little Red become stupid from the sun? At this moment, Little Red was already agitated. Life gave you a head of black hair, but you used it to block the sun. With a face full of emotion, she raised her hands high. Only monks would shave their black hair to reflect the radiance of the sun. Praise the sun! All right, there's no need to doubt it. Little Red has definitely gone crazy from the sun. And Lin looked at Little Red with a pained expression. Was it because he didn't pay enough attention to her? He didn't even know that she had undergone such a terrifying transformation. Little Red, monks don't shave their heads to praise the sun. Instead, they shave off their worries and worries. And Lin tried to persuade her. Little Red retorted, If an object is an object, then that object is an object. If an object isn't an object, then that object isn't an object. An object doesn't deserve its name, and an object doesn't deserve its name. Master, some things don't necessarily exist, as the legends say. Objects don't necessarily match their names. Even though they're like yet not like, they're still illusions. In my eyes, the true appearance of a bald head is to praise the sun. And Lin stood rooted to the spot, dumbstruck. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. Is that really the case? Could it really be like what Little Red said? Did Little Red become stupid from the sun, or did she become smart from the sun? What she said makes so much sense. So much sense. What do I do? How am I supposed to persuade a crude person like me? No. Why do I have to persuade her? Perhaps I really am bald to praise the sun? Right at this moment, a few muscular monks turned toward Lin with benevolent smiles on their faces. Their bald heads shimmered under the light of Little Red Sun, making it impossible to look at them directly, and Lin shuddered in fear upon seeing this. The more he looked at them, the stranger he felt. A monk with thick muscles, a naked body, and a head that reflected the sunlight. F***CK. There's definitely something wrong with this bizarre image. No, I have to stop this from happening. Otherwise, Little Red's image will be completely distorted. And Lin took a deep breath before speaking with a solemn expression. Xiao Hong, if you say that you're bald to praise the sun, then why do you keep your hair? This proves that you only need a sincere heart to praise the sun. Little Red was clearly startled when she heard this, and a contemplative expression appeared on her beautiful and delicate face. Clap! She suddenly clapped her hands together as if she had suddenly come to a realization. Ah! I was wondering why there seemed to be something missing during photosynthesis. It turns out that I didn't follow through with this step. Immediately afterward, her storage ring flashed, and a long sword appeared in her hand, which she used to slash toward her head. Holy F asterisk CK! And Lin almost pissed his pants upon seeing this, and he immediately pounced over to hug Little Red tightly. Calm down. Calm down. Pretend I didn't say anything just then. He yelled as he held onto Little Red's warm and fragrant body. Little Red was perplexed. Why should I pretend I didn't say anything? I feel like Master's question is very reasonable. And Lin was about to cry. Reasonable, my A asterisk S. That question of why do you have to keep your hair was just a prelude. The main point was that you only need a sincere heart to praise the sun. If Little Red really shaved her head, the image would be absolutely insane. During the battle, a seductive bald girl appeared on the battlefield and yelled, "Praise the sun!" Then a group of naked, bald, and muscular monks rushed out to battle. When that time came, not only would Little Red be done for, but Lin's reputation would also be completely ruined. When that time came, there would definitely be many people questioning what kind of perverted master Little Red had to be to have trained Little Red to become like this. And Lin snatched Little Red's long sword and massaged his brows as he tried to think of an excuse. Right at this moment, the space within the room suddenly began to squirm, immediately following which a spatial crack began to appear. In this bright space, this spatial crack was extremely glaring. It was quite clear that the shadow demon was unable to hold on any longer and was about to return to this space. The black kangaroo fell to the ground with a plop. Little Red's light seemed to have a very powerful suppressive effect on the kangaroo. As soon as the kangaroo appeared in this space, its body shuddered involuntarily, and it found it difficult to open its eyes. Then the kangaroo was greeted by the sight of a few naked, muscular monks pouncing toward it. What followed was an extremely violent and gory scene that was not suitable for children. Thump, thump, thump. Pa, pa, pa. Da-da-da. Poo, pu, pu. The kangaroo lay on the ground after being attacked by several monks. It was barely breathing, and its eyes were hazy with tears. Little Red gathered the light of the golden crow at her fingertips, and a golden beam of energy pierced through the kangaroo's head, putting an end to the battle. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the trial of darkness. Bai Ling's voice suddenly sounded, and a white light also lit up in the secret chamber. Boss Hong is mighty. Boss Hong is domineering and unparalleled. Woof! Dabai shouted excitedly. It could be said that Xiao Hong had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle, and her reputation in the Beast Pet team had been further elevated. At least, that was how Dabai felt in his heart. And Lin rubbed Lil Red's head in a gratified manner. At this time, the muscular monks turned their heads again. They were completely naked, and they smiled kindly at him. Chapter 368. And Lin's balls almost caved in at the sight of those monks smiling at him. A powerful thought reverberated through his mind. No, he had to stop Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, I have something to discuss with you, and Lin said with a serious expression. Yes, master, please speak. Little Red nodded obediently, and Lin cleared his throat. Do you think these monks, or you are the one praising the sun more? Of course it's me. The messenger of the sun that I summon is, in a sense, the manifestation of my will. Xiao Hong replied after a moment of thought. Then why don't you change the messenger of the sun into your own appearance? Isn't a young girl who photosynthesizes every day more fitting of the theme of praising the sun? This is called the return of the essence, and Lin persuaded. But a conflicted expression appeared on Xiao Hong's face. I feel like muscular monks are more domineering, and Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Domineering? You can't tell if it's domineering. You're clearly a pervert. This is my command. Make the messenger of the sun look like you from now on. And Lin spoke with a solemn expression. If Xiao Hong didn't listen, then he would have to use his status to force her. All right. Xiao Hong pouted with an aggrieved expression. The staff in her hand shimmered with light, and the naked monks finally began to transform. After the transformation, and Lin and Dabai both drew a sharp intake of breath, and their breathing accelerated. Several stunningly beautiful girls appeared in front of them, completely naked. They all looked like Xiao Hong. Even though they were materialized from golden light, their alluring figures were undeniable. They had long, slender legs, sexy waists, and domineering breasts, and Lin and Dabai both suffered internal injuries, and blood flowed from their noses. What do I do? Should I ask Xiao Hong to add some clothes to her messenger of the sun? It doesn't seem like there's a problem if she doesn't add clothes, no. I can look, but I can't let the enemies and spectators take advantage of me. Ahem, Little Red, we need to add the sun messenger's clothes as well. And Lin looked straight ahead. I still have to add more clothes? That's so troublesome. Little Red pouted unhappily. Dabai said considerately, then don't add it, woof. Bang. And Lin didn't say anything. He punched the dog's head. Yes, we must. And Lin said righteously, yes, add it, Boss Hong. Woof. Dabai, who had a bump on his head, echoed loudly. Due to the tyranny of its master, Little Red had no choice but to slowly design the clothes. Then it added opaque golden clothes to each of the Little Reds, formed by the golden light. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lin and Dabai's eyes as they secretly wiped the blood off their faces. In the future, when you summon the sun emissary, form it according to the image just now, understand? And Lin ordered again. Got it, you're so annoying. Little Red harumphed. I'm tired, I'm going to rest. Don't go to places that are too dark next time. I can't even sleep soundly. And Lin rolled his eyes. Oh, so Little Red attacked because the environment of the battle was too dark and disturbed her rest? Speaking of which, wasn't darkness more suitable for sleeping? However, her light was really powerful. It could even pierce through that kind of darkness. A red light flashed, and Little Red once again nestled quietly in Lin's pocket. The surrounding space instantly became a lot darker due to the absence of Little Red's sun disk. The sun messengers also dissipated into golden particles, and Lin pulled out the little red flower and pinched its crimson petals to find that they were soft and smooth to the touch, and the flower trembled slightly upon contact. What are you doing? A sweet voice sounded with a hint of drowsiness. Nothing. I haven't touched you in a long time. I want to see if you've grown up. And Lin smiled. Little Red shook its head. Master, are you flirting with me? And Lin's lips twitched, and he immediately stuffed Little Red back into his pocket. What was wrong with this world? Why was it so difficult to communicate with one's own beast pets? And Lin and Dabai both swallowed a blood spirit pill before sitting down to meditate. This battle had been extremely perilous, and both man and dog had sustained quite a number of injuries. This made Lin realize just how terrifying a trial with a 0% chance of survival was. According to Bai Ling, the trials would only get more difficult as they progressed. Just how difficult was the next trial going to be? It was all thanks to Little Red this time. Otherwise, who knew what kind of price they would have to pay to successfully pass this trial? With this in mind, Lin was struck by a rare sense of retreat. Before they knew it, a day had already passed. With the assistance of pills, Lin and Dabai's injuries had all been completely healed. Big brother should we continue onward, Woof? Dabai asked. A hesitant expression appeared on Lin's face. Should they continue onward? He had thought that he would be able to crush his way through this trial with his own strength. But it looked like that wasn't the case at all. There were simply too many uncertainties. Dabai, it's too dangerous from here on out. How about you leave first, and I'll take the rest of the trial myself. And Lin thought about it for a moment before deciding to give it a try. Once he progressed to the soul formation stage, this opportunity in the Purple Star ruins would be completely cut off. He felt like he had to work harder for this. The path of cultivation couldn't completely eliminate all risks. On the contrary, only by experiencing some dangers could one hone one's Tao heart and truly grow, thereby allowing one to progress further. Big Brotherin, what kind of dog do you think I, Dabai, am? I'm not a coward. If you want to continue onward, then I'll do it with you. Woof! Dabai spoke with a determined expression, and Lin was very touched upon hearing this, and he rubbed Dabai's head vigorously. All right, let's continue onward. The metal gate slowly opened to reveal a passageway that was as blue as water ripples, and Lin and Dabai continued onward, and the temperature in the passageway became lower and lower. Finally, the two of them arrived in an extremely spacious space. The entire space was pure white and was covered in frost and snow. The extreme cold made the two of them shudder involuntarily. At the end of the secret chamber was a blue crystal. It was glowing with a dazzling blue light, and there were blue ripples proliferating outward like water ripples. Welcome to the trial of extreme frost. Make your way to the blue crystal and inject your vital energy into it to pass this trial. According to past trial takers, the survival rate for this trial is 0%. You will receive the inheritance of the spatial congeal technique if you successfully pass this trial. Do you wish to begin the trial now? Bai Ling's voice sounded within the secret chamber, and Lin immediately thought back to the perilous realm of destruction when he heard this. He had to inject his vital energy into a small floating ball in order to pass this trial. Seeing as this trial was similar to the perilous realm of destruction, then there was no way he would be a pushover. He was only able to pass the perilous realm of destruction because he had the chaotic alloy brick. So what about the trial of extreme frost this time? He couldn't just force his way through, could he? He didn't know what kind of dangers he would encounter, so all he could do was give it his all. And Lin brought out the chaotic alloy brick and held his evil-slaying sword as he focused his senses on his surroundings. After adjusting himself to his peak condition, he decided to begin this trial. Begin the trial. A scintillating light erupted from the blue crystal as Lin's voice fell. An extremely frosty aura swept toward Lin in a frenzy.